Sorry, you can keep talking. We'll just, there's a few more people coming in the hallway, so we'll wait for them and then we'll get started. Thank you so much.
But I'd be honest. Well, I got the, yeah, all trading and back. Yeah. At first we saw the one with all right. Yeah. Yeah. What is so I am studying sarcoma and I think the goal of patients will any post-surveillance management and so I'm at early stages of identifying. Yeah, I think I got
for like 2 minutes. I don't know why, but all the audio out of the speakers just stopped working. So sorry about this. 2 minutes. Yeah.
But really, the motivation behind itself. Really hope so. Yeah, so for my steps, anyways, it's largely here. But black in a certain way, and it's not the in the location we work. I'm not sure what but it doesn't much of many as possible for the population, but right now it's right. Yeah. Things go into ashes. Sarcoma. Yeah, I mean it's like transatlantic sarcoma something. Yeah. Yeah, not necessarily by blood, but not but online purchase their sharing. Well, it's practice guidelines too, so they kind of learn what people like learn. Things
Check one, check two, check one, two,
Okay, good morning.
check one, check two.
Oh, sorry, I think we don't have, oh, can you hear me now? Okay. We're good to go? Great. Okay. So my name is Abha Gupta, and I'm a medical oncologist in the sarcoma program at the Princess Margaret. And I just wanted to welcome everyone who is here in person and virtually to attend our Canadian International Sarcoma Symposium. In the past, we called this the Toronto International Sarcoma Symposium, and there used to be a parallel conference in the West, which was called the West Coast Sarcoma Conference, and now we've kind of combined these two efforts so that now it is the Canadian International Sarcoma Symposium. So thank you so much, everyone, for making the effort to come to downtown Toronto to this actually beautiful building and beautiful campus. So first of all, I wanted to introduce the fact that the Princess Margaret Foundation is also here today, are here. Malka, can you wave? And Ben, where's Ben? And so we're always very, very grateful for the support from the foundation, both in their personalities and as well, of course, with all of their efforts to support families and patients with sarcoma. I also wanted to introduce Mackenzie. So Mackenzie is a second-year co-op student from Waterloo University who has spent the last 4 months actually helping to plan and execute this meeting. So if we could all give Mackenzie a really big hand. Yeah. So I'm going to ask Mackenzie to come to the podium, and she's going to explain what the clothespins are about and as well the evaluations.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. So when everyone registered at the beginning, everyone should have gotten a clothespin. Was there anyone who didn't get one? Okay, fantastic. So if everyone has one, basically, so what the goal is, it's a trivia game. And each clothespin should contain a trivia question on it. So when you're mingling around, if someone answers your trivia question correctly, then you give them your clothespin. And basically you can go around to each person and take clothespins, and the person with the most clothespins at the end of the day will win a prize. So just like during the coffee breaks and during free time when you're socializing, if anyone wants to participate in that, that is an option. Awesome. And I also have I've left a QR code in the middle of every table. There should be one for the evaluation forms for our speakers. So just at the end of the day or after each presentation, if you could scan that QR code and just give our speakers some feedback about their presentation, that would be fantastic. And if the QR code isn't working or no one has access to it, we do have paper copies as well, if you could let us know. Great, thank you very much.
Okay, so now to formally open and so I apologize for the people online that you won't be able to participate in the clothespin activity, but we'll try and figure something out for the online participants next time. But now to formally open the day, I'd like to invite Cheryl to come up to the podium. Cheryl is a survivor of sarcoma, and she would like to open the day and share a little bit about her journey. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me? I don't adjust that. Okay. So my name is Cheryl, and I was diagnosed with Ewing's sarcoma in 2022. So I want to welcome you all here today, and we're going to begin with the land acknowledgement. In 2021, there were about 1.8 million Indigenous people in Canada, making up approximately 5% of the population, and is expected to grow over the next 20 years. First Nations, Inuit, and Métis populations have been deeply affected by historical and ongoing colonial practices, which continue to have an impact on health disparities and inequalities. This includes cancer. So as we come together to further our knowledge of sarcoma, we wish to acknowledge this land on which we meet. For thousands of years, it has been the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and the Mississaugas of the Credit. Today, this meeting place is still the home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. So Dr. Gupta asked me to do a land acknowledgement as well as share a little bit about my story. Often stories begin at diagnosis, but mine begins a few years earlier. I'm a physiotherapist, and through my work, I have learned that life and health are not to be taken for granted. One evening, my husband and I, and a bottle of tequila, decided we should make the most out of life, and we made the decision we were going to go and sail around the world. Fast forward to 2018, we had sold our home, most of our belongings, and had set sail pointing south to the Caribbean. Life was at its peak. It was great. We were living on a boat, we were traveling from country to country and having an adventure of a lifetime, which turned out to be much more adventurous than we had anticipated. COVID hit while we were down there, turning us into honorary residents of Grenada, which we were now living out the pandemic. Grenada ended up being an absolutely wonderful place to quote unquote get stuck in. And we felt lucky every day for the opportunity to get to know locals and visit stunning places without tourists, other than ourselves. Restrictions, however, eventually lifted, and we and our bank accounts made the decision it was finally time to begin our long journey back to Canada. We left Grenada in September 2021, and I made it to Guadeloupe by Christmas. However, this was a struggle due to back pain I was experiencing. Now, as I mentioned, I'm a physiotherapist, and I thought a decent one. So I was working very hard and I could not get control of this back pain. Nothing I did or taught my husband would work. And I mean, I literally considered teaching him acupuncture, floating on a boat in a foreign country. I was that desperate. Guadeloupe, unfortunately, was dealing with conflicts and riots within their medical system at the time. So between that and the fact that we didn't speak French, we knew that this was not the place to get help. It's funny, but there was something in my gut that told me I had one move left in me. I could either sail up to Antigua or I could fly home to Canada. I was all set to sail to Antigua, but my wise husband said, no, Cheryl, I think you should fly home to Canada. Well, spoiler alert, he was right. I flew home on New Year's Eve, and within 2 weeks of landing, my back pain had progressed into numbness from my armpits down. I went to the ER, and it took only about 2 hours before I was in an MRI, and we found a sarcoma tumor on my spine that had begun to compress my spinal cord. As we know, sarcomas can be aggressive. And over the course of 10 days, my numbness progressed to partial paralysis. So by the time I met the wonderful Dr. Gupta, I came to my first chemo in a wheelchair. To this day, I still reflect on how differently things could have turned out for myself. If I had gone to Antigua, or the pandemic was at its peak and there were no flights home, I truly believe I might not be here sharing the story with you. As we know, cancer treatment sucks. But throughout my treatment, I couldn't shake the immense amount of gratitude that I felt. Gratitude for the healthcare that I had in Canada, for the amazing team that I was set up with at Princess Margaret Hospital. Grateful for the years I had in the Caribbean, unbeknownst of what was to come. And grateful for the support network that I had around me, for friends and family who helped us rebuild our home, and even went on a massive mission to go to Guadeloupe and bring our boat back home for us because we had to abandon it when I got my diagnosis. I'm incredibly proud to share with you today that I came from my boat. I slept on it last night. I am back sailing once again. I came here,
Thank you.
I am back sailing. I am even racing a little bit in Hamilton Harbor. And my husband and I are cruising again on the weekends, doing what we like. There were many times throughout the thick of chemo and radiation and my spinal cord recovery where I did not see this life for myself again. So I'm here to share that it is possible. It's not exactly what it looked like before, and nor should it be. I think that life moves forward and our story develops as we go. So today, through the generous opportunity of the Sarcoma Symposium, we get to come together to connect with each other, to learn from experts, and to reflect on our own stories. So I want to thank you for letting me share mine, and I'm really looking forward to hearing many of yours as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. And, you know, for all of those who are here in person and online, I think the message is that each person has a story and a journey to share. And it's true, when I first met Cheryl, she was in severe pain and could not walk. And hers is a story of extreme hope, survivorship, and not every story is like Cheryl's, but the strength of the journey itself, I think, is what will be shared no matter what amongst everyone here. Next, I would like to introduce Diana Arajs. Diana Arajs is actually a very famous person, but she's also very humble. She's been involved in almost everything when it comes to communications, government relations, arts and media, marketing, executive, but she is also the founder and director of the Sarcoma Foundation of Canada, which is now celebrating 15 years. And so I would like to welcome Diana to come up and say a few words. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. I wanted to thank everyone, first of all, for joining us. I think we have over 100 people online, which is fantastic. And each time we do these gatherings, the numbers are growing. So it's great to see. As Abba said, I'm the chair of the Sarcoma Cancer Foundation of Canada. And it's fantastic to see so many of you in person today. Thank you, Cheryl, so much for sharing with us. That really is the foundation of our community, is people sharing stories and coming together. My own family was touched by sarcoma a number of years ago. As Abba said, the foundation turns 15 this year, which is amazing for those of us who have been involved. But our journey began probably close to 25 years ago, and we lost my mother in 2009 to leiomyosarcoma. And our experience really was that it was difficult going through that kind of a journey without sort of the supports that, you know, you look to other countries. We saw in the UK or down in the US, there were patient groups, there were websites, there were resources. And we were kind of looking around in Canada, there wasn't anything like that for us to avail ourselves of. So over the last decade and a half, we've worked to try and correct that in different ways. We've worked a lot on patient education and support of patients and families across the country. We have a 1-800 number that people can call. We have an email that's answered 7 days a week. We have some peer support programs that we do, really trying to connect people and allow them to understand that, you know, they're not alone, because sarcoma is still, even though we do know so much more about it now than we used to, it's still a little known disease and a rarer cancer. So sometimes getting that diagnosis, as many of you know, can sort of come out of left field, and then you're trying to explain to people what you're going through, and you know, it's a disease that they've never heard of either. So we've tried to make some inroads by launching our website and constantly uploading resources and things like that that we can share nationally from a Canadian perspective. so that Canadian patients can access local resources in provinces and territories across the country, because we know sometimes that can be a challenge. It's a physically very large country, and depending on where you are, sometimes access to healthcare is easier than other parts. And then really connecting people and trying to share stories like we're doing today, and trying to allow people to understand, you know, how they can reach out, how they can sometimes be a resource. Oftentimes people are going through loss, and, you know, that looks different for everyone, but it often helps to be able to reach out and be part of a community. So we do have thousands of people now across the country who are connected, and we're thrilled to support events like this and other patient gatherings across the country. We have many wonderful advocates in provinces across Canada, and our board spans now. Our board of directors has members from the Maritimes all the way across to Alberta. So we try, we don't have anyone in BC yet, but we're working on it. But we try to represent patients across the country, whether we're advocating for access to new treatments, or, you know, just sharing information, or sometimes just being, you know, a voice on the other end of the phone, if that's what you need. And in continuing in the vein of sharing stories, I'd love to welcome Jasmine now to come up and share her story with us. She's joining us from Winnipeg, so we're thrilled that she's here in person with us today. Welcome, Jasmine.
Good morning, everybody. So I think that it is difficult to follow up a story of adventure and sailing. But I think that Dr. Gupta and Diane and everybody else said it best, when everybody has their own story, their own journey. And so here's mine. In 2015, at 26 years old, I was diagnosed with Ewing sarcoma in my left tibia. One night I was playing tennis, and all of a sudden I was having trouble running. And less than a month later, I was having trouble walking. Soon after that, I was waking up with intense calf pain at night. From there, the story is the same. Chemotherapy, surgery, more chemotherapy, and more surgery. In the end, I had 12 rounds of chemotherapy and over 12 surgeries, eventually resulting in a knee disarticulation, more commonly known as a through knee amputation. That happened February 2024. So I'm now officially 10 years out since diagnosis. I just had my 10-year anniversary. Thank you. It's given me a lot of time to reflect. So I speak about my experience often. However, it's typically environments where you want to stay positive and you want to stay rational. And that's part of my personality. I often say that one of the only things that I do well is bulldozing forward. But today I thought I'd give more of a glass of water perspective, not one half full, not one half empty, but just a glass of water. Because I feel like this is the type of group that would appreciate it. For me, removing the tumor was the easy part. Cancer was the easy part. I was declared cancer-free shortly after the first primary surgery. And before diagnosis, I was 26. I'm pretty tall, and I'm blonde. It's not easy to admit, but the reality is that I took a lot of stock in my looks, and I was used to dressing up and wearing heels. I didn't own a car at the time. I was walking everywhere, often up to an hour at a time to go to work. I was active. I played tennis 3 times a week, squash 3 times a week, and I was in the gym usually every day. I was also used to moving around a lot. I picked up shop whenever the mood struck and packed up my things and moved to another city. In fact, I had just been unceremoniously dumped 2 months prior to diagnosis and was planning to move again. The absolute worst thing that you could do at that time in my life was take away my independence and my invincible youth. After around my fifth year of surgeries, I stopped attending cancer support groups. I felt that the people who had started around the same time as me during chemotherapy had moved on years ago. They were living full lives, getting married, having children, and I felt like I was still stuck, waiting on ever more surgical solutions. In fact, even my family and friends had gotten tired of hearing more bad news after every surgery. I was alive. What more mattered? That's the important part of cancer, right? That's what people focus on. As a result of the chemotherapy, during that time, I've lost 10 years of my life, my youth. And as a result of the chemotherapy, I'm now on lifetime hormone medication and can no longer have children. This happened at 27 years old. At 26, I wasn't even in a financial position to freeze my eggs, and I certainly never considered it. The cancer was in my calf. What was the big deal? So I've spent 4 of the last 10 years on crutches and 9 of the last 10 years in chronic pain. You don't even realize the effect that chronic pain has until it's gone. Making the decision to initially amputate below the knee was pretty easy. I could barely walk and had been through multiple correction surgeries. It clearly wasn't working. Making the decision to remove my knee joint was significantly harder. Now, at 36 years old, I find that upon reflection, I'm sort of stuck in between. I find that often I feel as Cheryl did. Time is short, live life to your fullest. But then at 36 years old, you're also in the stage of your life where you're planning the rest of your life. You're planning what retirement looks like, the repercussions of financial decisions. And of course, it's not all bad. During that time, without being able to do the hobbies that I loved, I was able to devote more time to my career. And I'm really proud of where I am in life today. But it's not easy to be proud, because in order to be proud, you need to be proud of all the failures that have led there. For the first time since diagnosis, I'm happy to say that I'm playing tennis twice a week, badminton 3 times a week, golfing, I'm back in the gym. Life really isn't bad. For all those wins, I think there are small sacrifices that don't get acknowledged enough. I will never play tennis competitively again, and I'm far too slow to play squash. It's taken so much energy and time to learn how to run again, to learn how to do stairs properly, and it's an ongoing process. There's a relatively well-known comic of a tiger nearing the end of its life in a zoo. When death comes to the tiger's cage to say that it's time, the tiger asks for a final request before moving on. And death grants that request, of course, because it's a tiger. And the final box of the comic shows a tiger running through open grasslands, unencumbered by cages. I'm extremely grateful for the oncologists and surgeons who went to bat every single time, saving my life and ultimately providing the quality of life that I enjoy today. It's why I choose to work in healthcare and volunteer for things like this. But that doesn't stop me from hoping that one day I get my final request. And if I do, I think you can all imagine what I would wish for. But I want to acknowledge that everybody's story is unique. This is my story, and I wouldn't want it any other way. Good comes with bad, bad comes with good. There are things that I don't believe I ever would have done if it hadn't been for cancer. And I think that that's part of living life and part of wanting to live life to its fullest. And so I want to encourage you all, for those who are just starting your journey, are midway through your journey, or like me, 10, 20, 30 years out, I want to encourage you all to get back out there, play tennis, and do the things that you enjoy. Thank you, everyone.
I think that Jasmine has highlighted a very important aspect. Actually, both Jasmine and Cheryl have in terms of what comes after cancer. But I think that as you know, the healthcare providers, and then of course as family members and patients, you know, when you say the C word, you know, you also, everyone is worried about the D word, which is death. And I think that, again, you know, regardless of the individual and the patient and the family, every journey will come with those ups and downs. And so we must continue to have hope despite the downs and enjoy the ups. And so I do always say to my patients that today matters most, to live for today, because none of us actually know what comes tomorrow. I wanted to open actually the floor up both online and here for anyone who would like to have a comment or a question to Jasmine or Cheryl, or wanted to share a comment of their own. There's microphones that will pass around if people want to just raise their hand.
Hello, I'm Shirley Ann Hawley. I was diagnosed with leiomyosarcoma in November of 2022 and had surgery in January of 2023. And then lived cancer-free for a year, and then have had a lot of other little things that have gone on since then that I've had to have some treatments for. But I think that life changes and you become part of from one appointment to another. So we go to an appointment and, you know, there's good, well, not so good, good, not so good. And we just try to live every day, and we just try to enjoy everything and everyone around us. And that's what I just recommend for everyone.
Anyone else? Megan, is there anyone online?
Hi, oh, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Um, I just want to, from my own experience, say that yes, absolutely, being positive really makes a huge difference in living life to its fullest. I myself am a 4-time cancer survivor. I'm still, two of them were sarcomas, leiomyosarcoma and myxoid fibrosarcoma. And I'm currently at the tail end of my breast cancer treatment. And this something that my late father had instilled in me since I was a young child is that think positive, do positive, be positive. So whatever life throws at you, and this is what I've lived by too, is that things can be worse, and you've got to make the most of what you have, and seize opportunities to enjoy nature, spend time with friends and family, do what you enjoy, and it just makes a huge difference on just quality of life that way. So.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Is there any comments online?
No, there's no comments online.
Okay. Okay, well, then it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, which is Dr. Aliza Panjwani. Aliza is a psychologist. She's both a clinical psychologist as well as a scientist, which means she's studied for 1,000 years to get her PhD and then a postdoc to really learn about her trade. One of the things I love about my job actually is to be able to kind of take advantage of my friends and colleagues, and Aliza is one of them, because every time even that I speak to Aliza, I feel that our interactions are so therapeutic. Aliza actually is an expert in many things, but especially in thinking about how we can cope with the fear of the unknown, the fear of recurrence, and the fear of what we are to face next. So I would like to welcome Aliza, and we're going to ask Christian for some tech support for her to put her laptop on. Thank you so much, Aliza, for joining us today.
Sorry about that, everyone.
While we're waiting, I just wanted to also acknowledge all of the students that helped today to kind of welcome you in and escort you and navigate all of the entrances here. They are all members of our CanSarc family, the Canadian Sarcoma and Clinical Collaboration of Canada, and so really wanted to just give a shout out to them as well. Thank you so much for volunteering your time today.
Where is this? Okay.
Do you want me to? Sorry.
If you put it onto the USB, that'd be great.
Okay. And so we're not able to use my
I
laptop?
don't think so, no.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure that it would.
We'll have to see, yeah. What did you have planned to do with it?
I have the Mentimeter questions,
Okay.
which is like an online interaction.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yes.
I'm just gonna actually log on to Mentimeter. So could you? I'm not very familiar with.
Yep.
Can you tell me?
Yeah, so you in here and then where we need to go. You just have to click on here, set the poll.
Sorry.
Fine, go ahead. easier, you can just have this laptop up here with Mentimeter.
Yeah.
You need to display it.
I'm not. The Mentimeter is integrated.
It's okay.
So this is really sad. Can I just see? There's no way I can connect that.
Fortunately, because we run it through Ethernet and Macs have a real issue with converting. What I can do is if we're okay not displaying it to the online presenters, I can run just a straight line from the projector onto here. It won't be pretty, but
The slides will show, right?
not for online, but for the room.
But I guess, yeah, then seeing the
Oh,
whole
that's-
presentation.
I can run the slides, but over there for Zoom only, and then you can run them for here.
Oh,
Okay,
that
yeah.
works, that works.
That's
Okay.
fine. Okay, perfect.
And I can read the chat.
Okay, perfect. Two more minutes. I think he went to get a cable. Business.
Just like this. And I'm only gonna run like whatever I can get onto Zoom, okay? So it might not be like the interactive part, but
That's okay. Fabia will help me with the interactive part. Oh, should I start? For break.
Yes.
So they said they're good, so we'll just, I'll go get.
Okay, sounds good. Yep. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm just going to ask folks to slowly just maybe take a seat and get oriented so that we can get started. And thanks for your patience, everybody. Is it too loud when I'm speaking? Okay, perfect. Okay, so as Abba mentioned, my name is Aliza Panjwani and I'm a clinical and health psychologist. And we're going to start the session off really light and easy by talking about how to manage fear of recurrence or fear of progression. And so let me take you through a bit of a roadmap. We're going to talk about some terms. Maybe you're already familiar with them. A little bit about prevalence, and we're going to talk about this fear impact grid that makes a lot more sense when I show it to you. And we're going to talk through certain patient examples, case examples of what they may have gone through, and maybe there might be things within that that you relate to already in the stories that folks were sharing earlier. There were elements that resonated for me as a therapist who works with patients experiencing these things. We're going to talk about how tools can be tailored to those certain zones that I will tell you about, and how to maybe think about fear itself a little bit differently. And hopefully, because that's why we went through all of this effort technologically, we get to do some live questions and also engage the folks online and the ones in the room, and then maybe get to view answers together. They'll be anonymous, so in case you're worried about that. And so I'll just, before we get to that point, just want to make a point that we're talking about something so real, fear, uncertainty, all these difficult emotions that you experience as you go through the ups and downs of the cancer experience. These are not abstract ideas for the people in this room. These are their lived experiences and not theoretical. And so as I invite questions on Mentimeter, given everyone has different stories and different types of sarcoma, different trajectories, coping styles and needs, I'll just invite us to connect with the common thread. What's kind of uniting us all in this room is that deeply human experience of facing fear that often comes with cancer and then still trying to live fully with the fear kind of still hanging out. And so if you do feel moved to engage, which I really hope you do, then know that this is a space we're aiming to hold with care and kindness, and not just towards each other, but also towards yourself. And so we're going to do some practice mentees to just make sure this is all working. So if you can just grab this QR code using your phone. And for those of you who are not able to do that, there will also be a link with a code that you can type in just a second. I will actually. Did everybody grab it? If so, okay, amazing. If you haven't grabbed it, then let me know. I can go back. You want me to? Okay, yeah, sure. You'll only have to do this once, so make sure you get it. Okay. All right, and if you haven't gotten it yet, maybe the person next to you has, and they can type in some answers for you. So people already started. Which emoji best matches how you? Hello?
oh. Okay. Let's not skip ahead. Which emoji best matches with the mood that you're walking in to the conference with? So let's do this right here. Yeah. Not sure why it's not working. This is why we're troubleshooting it. Hmm. There we go. I'm not sure what's happening. It keeps knocking me in and out of the actual display. Okay, it's back now. So for whatever reason, can I pop out of presenter mode? I think that's what's not allowing it to happen. I'm not sure if somebody is here on the tech side of things. And while you should probably be able to see it on your screen, the next question is how familiar are you with with the terms fear of recurrence or fear of progression? So folks are pretty kind of varied and cover the whole range, which is what we want to see. Can I pop out of presenter mode, or can you just show me how to do that? In case that is when I keep clicking it, brings me to. Okay, that's okay. We'll figure it out.
If you want to keep going, I can try that.
Okay, so just move ahead. So for many of us, as we think about fear, it may evoke lots of reactions. Fear itself evokes reactions in us, but something that I want to emphasize and something that we'll talk about all throughout is that fear is a very natural response to everything that you've been through, and it pops up when the future still feels uncertain or still feels out of our control in some ways. So some people are familiar with it. One way that fear in this context presents is fear of recurrence. So worry that my cancer will come back. There's also fear of progression, that worry that the cancer will get worse or progress in some way. And I might use these terms interchangeably today. They're not exactly the same thing, but they overlap quite a bit. And the strategies that we talk about will overlap as well. And so how common is it, right? And this maybe is or isn't a surprise, but fear of recurrence is reported by nearly every patient who experiences cancer across the cancer trajectory. And that could be mild levels of fear, but we do know from studies that when it comes to moderate, which means it's clinically significant fear, about 1 in 2 individuals are reporting that experience. Sarcoma specifically, there's been, I think someone mentioned earlier, the research here is still growing, we're still learning, and there's a lot here now, maybe within the sarcoma world that wasn't there before, but I would say it's still a little bit more understudied. So we do have a few studies that tell us that almost 50% of people with sarcoma experience fear of recurrence in a more severe way. And likely it's due to all the things that we heard about in the stories, the unpredictability, the course of the illness, a lot of unknowns that you're contending with. And whenever there are unknowns and whenever there's uncertainty, fear is not too far behind, right? So since we've talked about, it's not working, I'm not sure, we will give up on Menti for today, which I'm really sad about. But the question here is, what trigger, big or small, switches on the fear for you? And for folks online, they can just type it into the chat. And for folks here, maybe we can just hear from a few people if you're willing to share, like what are some triggers that open up fear for you or worry? Yeah.
that's usually what gets me worked up.
And so understandable, right? It's called scanxiety. And that's the anxiety we sort of feel when we're leading up to a test that is important to us. And sometimes it could be a minor test and we'll still feel scanxiety. In your case, it wasn't that. It was something more significant.
Was all fine in the area that had been surgically removed, but they found something in another area now. So that really gets me
Of
charged up.
Of course, it would get you worried, and that's such a natural reaction. So I think that's a great example of a trigger and something that's commonly felt. Is there anything else that someone would like to share about triggers? Yeah? Right behind you.
So just, it's not a really strong fear. Maybe it's more like a worry or a mild fear, but just because I know, having been born with retinoblastoma, that other cancers are not, are common for patients to encounter later in life. And now that I've encountered cancer 4 times, and I'm in the treatment stage, just, it's in, I guess I'd say it's in the back of my mind that, okay, so once I get over this, there is still a chance that I can encounter it again.
That's really what you just described in your own words is what fear of recurrence is, the fear that it will come back and maybe in a different place or in the same place. I don't know if there were other thoughts on triggers. I'm happy to take one more and then we can move on. Yep.
I was just going to say, going down that internet rabbit hole, seeing something that all of a sudden you just sort of start to panic about.
Yes. Absolutely. I think my patients and I often refer to them as the Reddit rabbit holes, where you kind of start a chat and then all of a sudden you're down in some Reddit rabbit hole and it's hard to get out of it. So there are a lot of common triggers commonly expressed. So they could be medical cues. Someone mentioned a scan, calls, when you get calls from your care team, or sudden aches or pains in your body, if it's phantom pain or if it's joint pain, pain from surgery, but also lump or bruise, anything that sort of reminds you or makes you worry can also become a trigger for some. Not everyone's going to relate to all of these triggers. The other one, maybe that's not as common, is thinking about it as milestones and anniversaries that are important to me. Sometimes when we hit those moments, we sometimes notice the fear popping back in, even though it's supposed to be a happy occasion or an occasion where you're not feeling that. So that can also come up. And some folks describe that just passing by Princess Margaret, for example, the smell of the hospital, that's enough to sort of trigger me. And other times it can be what you're seeing in the media. It's a movie that you watched, a book that you read, a comment that someone made, maybe a fellow peer telling you about their cancer story. And then, of course, stress and fatigue can also make us more liable to be experiencing that fear. So we've kind of talked about what activates the fear. I think it's helpful to look at how we can think about it and understand it once it has been triggered, right? So one way that we can think about it is that how often does the fear show up? So is it low, meaning it's occasional, every now and then, moderate, at least several times a week, and high would be almost daily, right? And so we had a Mentimeter. Oh, it's working now. So folks can kind of actually go in, it should still be open, and type in how often, or select the option that most represents their fear, most commonly represents their fear. Yeah, sometimes, yeah. For some people, quite often. And every day, right? We do have some people talking about experiencing this
every day. So that is really important to think about. The next construct that I want you to think about is a little bit more nuanced. It's interference. So when you first think of the word interference, you might say, well, Aliza, of course, cancer turned my life upside down. It absolutely interfered with my life. But that's not the way I'm referring it, to it here. Here I'm referring to the fear itself interfering with the way you want to live, even with cancer or the story of cancer in the picture. So it's the slice of life that we still have some control over. So how much does the fear itself, not the tumor or the diagnosis or the chemo, but how much does the fear itself take you out of engaging in your life in a way that matters to you? Because that's the part that we can work on, right? And so that's what interference measures. And so two people can actually have similar levels of fear, but the way that it's interfering in their life can look a little bit different. And we're going to talk about what that can look like. And so if we put these things together, we can actually come up with a bit of a map or grid to be able to identify where am I today or where am I this week on this fear map, right? So if we've got frequency going horizontally and we've got interference going vertically. And so if you look at that first quadrant, that's low frequency, high interference. And notice that it said rarely noticed, not absent. And I'll talk about why in a little bit. It's rarely noticed, but it's disruptive. And the person may often look like they're withdrawing, that they're pulling away from the things and people that matter to them. And this can happen slowly, so you don't even recognize that it's happening. That can happen. Then there is obviously high frequency. You're thinking about it a lot. It pops up for all kinds of things, and it's also interfering. So not only is it frequent, but it's disruptive. And so people, when they come to talk through their fear in therapy or other supportive interactions, they may come feeling completely overwhelmed or stuck, or sometimes people will describe it as feeling paralyzed by the fear. On the other lower quadrant, we see low frequency and low interference. And so this is ideally where we want to be, right? It's something that it's not that there isn't fear, it's occasional. And when it pops up, it's managed pretty well. And I'll go into detail about these in just a moment. And then there's high frequency and low interference. So the fear is there, but I'm still driving the car that is my life in the ways that I can control it, at least. So we think about this as fear being frequent, but contained in some way, that you're coexisting with the fear or living alongside the fear rather than stepping away from the life that matters to you. And so we're going to talk about quiet fear and big impact through Alex. Okay, so for Alex and for others, fear doesn't often show up, and when it does, it's kept a little bit at a distance. And that means that it's not even realized at times. And so it doesn't mean that the fear is absent. It could mean that we've gotten good at keeping it at arm's length. That might happen by staying busy. It could be avoiding reminders. It could be not tuning into our bodies or what we're feeling. It could even be brushing off the way that we're feeling. And that's understandable because fear can be it's one of the most powerful human emotions. But here's the bit of the catch, is that when it does break through, it can come all at once, or it can result in a pattern of avoidance where over time that avoidance makes the fear more intense. And so for Alex, it was pulling away looked like avoiding some calls from the care team or being less in touch with his family, which he will talk about, which is really important to him, wanting to date, but consistently talking himself out of dating, wanting to be in the completely all clear before he even engages in any way in that part of his life, even though that was very important to him. Not applying for that promotion at work, and he would often mention feeling disconnected or foggy when presented with reminders. And so almost like you're in your body, but you're not in your body. So that was sort of what Alex was dealing with. And so what we'd want to do with Alex is help him become a bit more aware of his internal world, because it's not, even though he's not paying attention to the fear or not realizing that the fear is there, the difference is it's impacting his life. It's interfering in the decisions that he would be making or choices he might be making that are not in line with what he wants for himself. And so ways to do that. You know, you can choose a time a week to check in for yourself. For Alex, once he started to feel a lot better, it was a walk on Sundays, a short one that he could manage. And he would just ask, okay, what am I feeling right now? Where do I feel this feeling in my body? And I think therapists ask this often. And you might see TikToks on this. I feel like I see these things everywhere. So I just want to talk to you for a moment about why people ask you, where do you feel this in your body? For someone like Alex, who's sort of disconnected with what he's feeling and having maybe even difficulty naming it, asking him what he's feeling and where he's feeling it in his body might help him pay attention to a physical sensation like, okay, I feel tightness in my chest, or I feel a pit in my stomach. Okay, what does that feeling remind you of? Okay, it's easier then to make the connection to I'm either stressed or worried or super disappointed about something, because our body is often registering emotions before we're naming them. So paying attention to our body is one way to become aware of our internal world. And so we also want to practice naming what arises. Something that I talk about with my patients is we can't manage what we're not aware of, or what's not even in our consciousness. So when the fear shows up, you try to name it and create some healthy distance, which means you're not avoiding it completely or anything like that. You're allowing the thought to pop up. You're maybe creating some distance from it. And then with that pause, maybe you're doing something like asking yourself, what would help me in this moment? Because we can, when fear shows up, our minds often grab onto it and treat that thought like a fact, like it's reality and it's happening right now. And it sort of hijacks our nervous system. And so whatever that you can do, this is just one example of creating distance. It could be thinking, okay, there's a worry, cancer is going to come back. And when I say it like that, I feel a visceral reaction in my body. I can take a step back and say, okay, I am a person who's having this thought that the cancer will come back. You can even take a step back further and say, okay, I'm noticing right now that this thought is really popping up for me. And just even naming it in your mind or aloud can create a little bit of distance between you and that fear so that it doesn't feel like it's completely hijacking your body. And these are not quick fix tools, right? You're not going to do this one time and say, it worked. Because if it's very much like physical activity. If you were exercising a muscle for the first time, you wouldn't expect it to work or go from 0 to 100. And it's the same with our emotional and mental muscles that we're trying to work out. The other thing that we want to do is check in with what matters to Alex. Since there was a lot of interference in his life in ways that didn't feel consistent with what he wanted, part of what we would work on is identifying different areas of his life where he wants to live more aligned with the person that he would like to be. And so pretty much all these domains are pretty comprehensive. You might have a domain that I'm not thinking of, which is perfectly okay, and you can write that down for yourself. But typically, we can structure our life this way, that there's this physical health, and here I'm referring to the parts that we can influence, emotional well-being, family, friends, social life, work, education, things that are hobbies that feel meaningful to us. And the focus across these domains, as I'm going to talk about them now, is on the bits that you can influence even when the fear is present. And they don't have to be big ways. It can be small ways that's happening. And that helps us notice when we've drifted a little bit from our values or from what matters to us. And so we're going to talk about reconnecting with what's important to you once you've kind of identified that domain for yourself. So all the domains that I went through, so physical health could, again, parts that you can control could be sleep, exercise, diet, physiotherapy, whatever it is that you're doing to rebuild the strength in your body, self-care, emotional well-being. You've got family and friends, work and education, hobbies, things that you enjoy doing, and then friends and social life. So what I'm going to ask you to do, you'll see that they're labeled A through F, just in case Menti didn't work. And so I'll just ask you a few questions about each of these. So if you have a phone or something that you can write on, that would be great. Because I'm going to ask you to rate how important each domain is to you. And as you can see, the scale goes from 1, which is, it's not at all important, and 5 to it's bullseye. That's it. It's extremely important. And it's actually called the bullseye. So that's the first question. Take a moment right now. It might take us a minute. And you're writing out how important each domain is. And again, it's the parts that you can influence. Sorry, and then I'll go this way. Put the second question up for folks who are done. How closely are you living in line with what matters to you in this domain? So 1 would be I'm not at all aligned with what matters to me in this domain. And 5 would be, again, bullseye. I'm exactly where I want to be. There's no room for growth or improvement or evolution. So put that number down next to the first number. So this is what we're trying to identify. Like, what's a domain that matters to you, but that when fear shows up, you find yourself pulling away from it, even if you don't want to, and even if that's not aligned with the person you would like to be or the person that you know that you are. And so in looking at your 2 numbers, where do you see the largest discrepancy between the first number and the second one? Like, what's a domain that's really important to you, but you feel kind of disconnected from it? So people can, if their mentees are working, we can go ahead and put that in there. So it's showing up often as friends and social life and recreation, those things, and that is not surprising. And we'll talk about how important both of those things are in a moment later on in the presentation. Physical health, okay. All right, so we get the picture here, right? So for Alex, it was friends and family. These relationships mattered to him a lot, and he noticed that he would be not returning calls from his mom, not responding. And part of him, the way that he described it would be that I have to protect other people from how worried I'm feeling, or, you know what, even protect myself from their reaction, because sometimes that's also a lot to carry for people, right? And that ended up resulting in him feeling disconnected from his family, which is a domain that was very important to him. And so part of our work was figuring out how to take even one small step forward towards reconnecting with the people in his life that mattered, right? So for someone like Alex, who's a quiet fear, big impact, you want to understand why it's quiet. Is it because it's really not there? Or is it kind of in the background? You're just not paying attention to it, but it's still interfering with your life in ways that you can work on. Danny is a little bit different. Danny is, like the fear is very present, but so is Danny. For her, fear is showing up often, maybe even daily, and she's developed ways to acknowledge it, to name it, to write them out as they come up. But waves of anxiety still come from time to time. As much as she can, she tries to coexist and push forward, engage with what matters to her. But, fear shows up in the most mundane of tasks. She might be making herself a tea and it pops up. And so she's learned to pause and say, okay, yep, there it is, the thought that something might be wrong, not something is wrong. In the past, she loved to write. She became disconnected from it for a while, but then resumed writing. And a lot of what she wrote about was her internal world and how she was feeling, the way that cancer had affected her. Another example of her engaging with life is that she wasn't comfortable going away for a full week, didn't want to get on a plane, just wasn't feeling comfortable with it. So she planned a weekend away, just a smaller weekend. So rather than disconnecting from this idea of I want to get away completely, what are smaller ways that I can make it manageable so I still am doing my best to live alongside the fear and what matters to me. But Danny also had challenges, and I think these are more, in a way, more subversive, no less important, right? So Danny did have fear spikes, right? These can come up before a scan or an appointment or a trigger in your environment. And on the days that fear did take over, she would talk about experiencing a lot of guilt and talking about it like she's going backwards. I've made so much progress and now I'm here again. Whether internal or external, there was always a felt pressure to be strong. We know we don't like that word, and yet that was present in her internal dialogue. And that takes a lot of energy. So there were times where she was just fatigued from that effort. The other thing that you might not think about is, and sometimes these folks may not get referred for therapy either, because outwardly they're doing relatively okay, right? Like they're still engaging with the parts of life that matter to them, still trying to push forward. And so what happens is that they may not know how to ask for that support because they've become this person that's doing okay, or there's a pride in that, which is not a bad thing. But also other people may not know that they need support. And so often these people can feel kind of like a little bit of an island. Yes, I'm managing, but sometimes it does feel like I'm drowning a little bit. And so we had to work on giving herself permission to struggle, giving herself permission to have off days. So not working, but a question that I had here was, what is something that you would like to tell Danny on one of those hard days? Having been there maybe, or having seen someone you care about go through it, what is one thing that you may want Danny to remember on those days where she is struggling, not being in charge of the fear? And I'll pause so that you can think about it a little bit. Oh, it's up. Okay, amazing. You don't always have to be strong. Grace is popping a lot for people. I love, it's okay to let someone in on that feeling. That's a great one. It's okay to be scared. It's okay to ask for help. Tomorrow will be better. Anyone not connected to Menti want to share? Yes.
Even if it's housework. What I do is try to find something to do to distract myself from thinking about it, even if it's housework. Go outside or kind of hard to go outside.
Okay. So what I will do is when we send these slides out, these responses, because they are anonymous, I will plop them onto onto a screen. So that a lot of you kind of touched on what we worked on in our visits, that hard days doesn't mean she's back at square one. It's okay to have the fear take up space from time to time, because coexisting with your fear doesn't mean you're not affected by it. It's a reminder actually that you're human and that you will struggle, and it doesn't mean that you're failing at anything. Today isn't forever. I think somebody in the comments talked about that, and I really like this quote from Brene Brown, which talks about how what we don't need, what isn't helpful when we're struggling, is shame for being human, right? That never helped anybody. Just don't feel what you're feeling never cured someone of the fear that they're experiencing. So the other thing that we worked on is what helps me feel grounded when fear is louder than usual. Because Danny is a problem solver. She's solution oriented, and so her approach is to try to fix. And sometimes you can't fix the fear away, but what can you do to soften its edge? You know, how can you, if I am going to be feeling this way, if I just kind of radically accept this is a shitty day, what can I do to take care of myself while I'm in it? So that's something to think about. And I think this is part of where I was going through the overview. I was talking about relating to the fear a little bit differently, right? Like fear is your body's smoke alarm. Is it loud? For sure. Jarring? Goes off randomly at 1 a.m. at night? Absolutely, all those things can happen. Sometimes it goes off for no reason at all, but why do we install alarms, right? We install them because there's something precious in the house. The people in it, you, lives in it are precious to us. So what's helpful to think about in terms of fear is that underneath how loud and jarring, inconvenient, pops up always at the wrong time, underneath all of that is a desire to reflect, to protect what feels precious to us. So that could be when we're feeling shaken from our sense of safety. We're trying to hold on to time, health, the plans that we care about. And when that is under threat, when those things that we care so deeply about is under threat, that's when the fear kind of surfaces. So our goal isn't to throw out your body's fire alarm, right? It's to adjust its sensitivity and decide on when you want to act on its signal. And then what would happen if instead of the fear driving your decisions, you let the care underneath the fear, the things that you care about, the things that matter to you, drive or help you make decisions, even if uncertainty is riding along shotgun. You know, it doesn't have to go away because that wouldn't be realistic. So that's just one way to maybe think about fear. And maybe it's not something that you had thought about before. We talked about Danny feeling like she's an island. And so I just wanted to give some scripts for what you want to say when, you know, you're fine, but not really fine. Or that's what you say to people. But underneath it, there's a little bit more going on. And so what can you say when you feel that way? You can set up check-ins, you know, you can ask a trusted someone. It doesn't have to be a family member or your spouse. It could even be a colleague. You could say, would you be open to checking in with me around scan time? Even if it's just a quick message, it helps me feel less alone. It helps me focus on something else. You can name the invisibility of what's going on. I know I seem like I'm doing okay, and in many ways, I am, but it still takes a lot of effort to hold that fear and to not let it take over, because that's a reality for me. So I just wanted to name that for you. And from time to time, I might need X, fill in the blank. Um, or we've all had those, I heard about this diet type of advice, right? Somebody always comes up to you. They may not be an expert on, I think we're going to hear from an expert on nutrition. They are not experts, but they have this thing that they read about somewhere, and they just want to give you all that advice because they want to fix it, right? And so what can you say in those moments and similar moments to that? Right now, I'm not looking for advice. I just need someone to sit with me. I just need someone to commiserate with me. You could say, I don't actually need you to fix anything. I just wanted to say this aloud. And could you just listen? Could you sit here and just listen to me for a minute? Or it could be even shorter than that. It could be, this is one of these moments where I need care more than I need solutions. Right. And then obviously you're doing this with people who are willing to listen and apply some of this. But it's helpful to let them know, because often the people in our life don't know how to support us. They don't know what we need or when we might need it. And so we also talked about setting up, a bit of a support menu. There's lots of different types of support. There's like tangible support. That's the support where someone's driving you to your appointments or bringing you food, taking care of your kids. That's tangible support. There's belongingness support. We usually feel that with friends and peers, where we feel like we belong. There's emotional support, all kinds of support. But what we know is that most of us don't have one person in our life that can give us all these different types of support equally well, right? So we want to identify that a little bit in advance. There might be someone you talk to when you want to get perspective. There might be another person you want to call when you just want to vent. There might be somebody you call for distraction or humor, to tell you a little bit of a story, to take your mind off things. And that's okay that they're not all the same people. So I'm going to pause here. Are there any questions thus far? Any situations where you feel like you need a script to talk to the people in your life? Hopefully that means this is helping. And we'll move on to Brianna, but if you do come up with a question, you can always find me in the break. So Brianna, this is probably the person maybe you wanted to hear about most, which is she's feeling overwhelmed because the fear isn't only frequent, it's also disruptive, right? So it can be, it's both. It's the combination of the two people that we saw. It's intrusive, there's persistent racing thoughts. Some days it's present the moment she gets out of bed, and other times it feels like it totally hijacks her day. There's body monitoring, hypervigilance, a lot of feeling like I have to brace for bad news, like the shoe is about to drop and that's how it feels in my body. And then there's a response to all of that, which often can show up as shame. I should be able to manage this better. Should. We do a lot of shoulding on ourselves, right? And then that's leading to feel definitely interfering, disconnecting with things and people that matter to her. This is where the somebody talked about Reddit rabbit holes happen. And so more and more she's spending time online researching, which, in moderation is not a bad thing. We want patients to feel informed about their care, but this was taking on a different energy, right? And it was resulting in her feeling more and more isolated. And so with Brianna, we really needed to work on reducing the physiology of what's happening. At some point, when your stress reaches a threshold, like when you're in a moment of a panic attack or something adjacent to a panic attack, very acute anxiety, it is kind of like your mind has been hijacked. So we need to regulate our nervous system. And there are and I'm going to ask us to do some breathing, but it will be very short, I promise. There are a lot of breathing practices out there. They're not all informed by research. So we won't get into that, but I wanted to introduce you to something that is really supported by research. And there's also a podcast that delves into it for folks that are interested, and it talks about stress a lot. So I think there could be a lot that you might take away. But normally when we're breathing, we're taking a breath in through our nose, and then we're exhaling. This is a little bit different. It's the colloquial way we can refer to as it's a double inhale and a long exhale. And I want to make the caveat that this may not be comfortable for people. If it's not comfortable for you because of any condition or any recovery from surgery, you can just kind of observe. But essentially what it is that your first breath, you're inhaling deeply and you're taking a breath in through your nose, filling your lungs with air. You should feel your diaphragm expanding. And you're doing it as much, you're expanding it as much as you can, and then you inhale again without exhaling in between, and that inhale will be much shorter, and your diaphragm won't expand as much, and you'll feel the difference. And then you exhale completely. And doing this, studies have shown, as much as 3 times can create an impact on your physiology. It can reduce your heart rate, your heart rate variability, and it can help turn down the signal of your stress response and turn on the system in your nervous system that's responsible for resting. So we're gonna try it. So what I'll ask you to do is first just do it normally, and hopefully people can still hear me. Can you hear me if I'm stepping out like this? Okay. Oh, okay. It'll be really weird breathing into this mic, but I'll do it for you guys. Okay. So the first one, I want you to breathe the way that you normally would, right? So you're inhaling through your mouth and then exhaling through your nose, like. Let's do it one more time because I want you to see the difference when we do the double inhale. One more time, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Okay. Now we're going to try the double inhale. So the first breath, you're going to take in as deep of a breath as you can. You're going to feel your lungs expand, your diaphragm expand. You will feel the urge to breathe out. Don't. Inhale. It's going to be much shorter. One more time. And then exhale, and feel the difference in the exhale breaths. Okay. So we'll start with. It should feel a little bit different, right? We'll do it one more time. Inhale twice. It actually feels like you have more air to exhale when you're doing it that way. And the exhale is actually the most important part of a breathing practice. So we want to make sure that if this is not your jam, that's okay. If there's a breathing practice that works for you, that's okay. If you are going to take one thing from this research on the physiology of what's happening to you, then the one thing that you take is that your exhale should be longer than your inhale, because that's the part of the breathing practice that's turning down the stress response. It's activating something called the vasovagal nerve. We won't get into it, but the podcast does it really, really well. So you can, it's a hyperlinked. When you get the slide, you'll be able to click on it. And so we're working with, coming back to Brianna, we're working with her to first help her regulate. It's not going to be helpful for her to think about domains of life that matter or not matter when she's in a panic kind of state. It's going to be about, how do I calm down my stress response? That could be something we work on later, but it's not something she'd be able to connect with right away. That's not where her mind is letting her be. The other thing we may work on, Brianna and I together, and it could be following this, is a grounding practice. So this came out of literature where in trauma work, sometimes people will feel disconnected from their body. And how do you bring them back to the present moment? In cancer, we're often, how I speak about it is we're often time traveling in an experience like this, but also maybe in other stressors of your life where we're either ruminating about the past or we're worrying about the future. And so we're not in the present moment. And feels like your mind is time traveling. So how do you bring it back to the present? Well, when you're focusing on your senses with intention, it's hard for your mind to be in two places at once. It's hard for your mind to be grounded in the present moment with your senses and also be worrying about XYZ tomorrow or XYZ that already happened. It just makes it, it's not impossible, but it makes it harder. And so the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, it's really simple. It's 5 things you see, 4 things you feel, 3 things you hear, smell, and then 1 thing you taste. But what I want to make sure is that if you are doing this practice, or if you've heard about it before and tried it once and then not for me, I would want you to try it again and just make an effort to be intentional and actually notice details. So if you're going around the room painting, clock, table, that's not going to work. Are you really even using your senses? So you want to be like, oh, that's a chair. It's got a great cushion on it. The cushion has a little wrinkle on it. You're really using your senses, and you do that with each of them. This can in total take you 5 minutes. You can do it in the waiting room. When you're feeling your spiking anxiety, you can kind of use the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No one even has to know really that you're doing it. At the end, you can ask yourself, what's one thing, big or small, that you feel proud of or happy with or content with, or you can ask yourself, what can I do next that would be helpful for me? What could I do after this appointment, this scan that's coming up that I know is really difficult for me? What can I do to take care of myself after this? And it's often people will kind of reach for strategies when we're distressed, which is such an understandable impulse, but we want to first practice these things when you're not in distress so that you can reach them when you need them. And the other thing that we worked on then, after working on reducing the stress response, was cognitively offloading stuff. So there's a lot of racing thoughts, they're persistent, they come up from time to time. What can you do to reduce the load on your mind? So it could be journaling, it could be writing things out. There is evidence to show that writing things out helps you process emotions differently and helps you process your experience differently. So for Brianna, it was not writing. It was voice messages to herself, actually. And then you also want to plan in advance for when, fear spikes may happen. Who are you going to reach out to? Of the strategies that we talked about, is there 1 or 2 that you want to apply? Is there something sensory that you want to do to kind of take yourself out of a ruminative or perseverating moment? Or is there something meaningful that you can do? Like, if I can, I'm going to sit outside in my backyard, just even if it's for a few minutes, because that helps. As somebody talked about earlier, connecting to nature, that helps me feel grounded. And creating some level of routine. When things feel so unpredictable, when distress is that high, any predictability can help. So just any small routine that you can inject into your day-to-day can be helpful. It could be a cup of tea that you like, light stretch, maybe you're winding down with a playlist of some sort. And it can also be helpful to shift in that moment from fixing to responding. Imagine if you are having sort of a panic attack and there's a live person in front of you telling you, don't feel that, stop it, snap out of it. It's never gonna work, right? It typically doesn't work. It makes us more and more distressed. So in that moment, you're not trying to fix someone's stress or their response, but you're trying to help them respond to it better. That could mean, how can I show up for myself in this moment? How can I best care for myself in this moment? It can mean this is hard and I'm struggling and I'm doing the best I can today. And even just reminding yourself of that, or having someone you love and trust remind you of that. And we haven't talked about when to seek therapy or support, and in a way that's intentional, because my response to that is anytime. Anytime. You don't have to wait till you're in crisis or in this part of the grid to then reach out. You can ask your care team to connect you with someone. If you already have a therapist, make an appointment. And sometimes when symptoms are more severe, maybe pairing with medication could also be helpful. And then we have some resources which are also available on another page in the slide on the AY Oncology webpage that are that have lots of different sections that may be relevant. Earlier, I talked about we're going to come back to, you know, the person who's slowly becoming disconnected and isolated. So cancer already makes connecting harder, you know, physically, emotionally, socially, you're more tired, you feel like you can relate a little bit less to your peers. You may yourself feel changed in some way, or honestly, you might just be too tired to reach out. And so it's understandable that social life was popping up as one of the more common things that are important to people, but they feel really disconnected from. That's understandable. But what I want to talk about today is that human connection is one of the strongest protective factors we have in response to stress. So much so that the US Surgeon General talked about designating isolation. Actually, it's not talked about, it's already done. Isolation is designated as a global public health concern. And there have been studies, and I've left them there, that look at what it's comparable to. So there's been data to show that social isolation, and we're meaning chronic social isolation, right, is comparable to smoking 15 cigarettes a day in terms of your long-term health. And that's because it's a fundamental human need, right? We're wired for connection, but as you may already know, quality interactions matter a lot more. And it's those quality social interactions that do things like reduce your levels of cortisol, right? Connection can also help buffer against fear. When we're supported emotionally, we're better able to tolerate uncertainty. It also helps us be more aligned with the domains and the values, the things that matter to us. And quality is always better than quantity. Where possible, we want to prioritize presence. So if you can be in person, which may not always be possible, do that. If you can't, call or do a video call. If you can't do that, then texting is better than nothing. And when you are in that quality time, social interaction moment, putting away things that distract you, even if it's for a few minutes. It could even be putting the worries away in your head. You can always say that I'm going to come back to them after these 10 minutes. Reach out, even if in small ways. And you know, going back to the point about feeling tired and fatigued and not having room in life, when you do come across a low pressure invitation, say yes to one of those. And again, remember that, you know, if you're feeling disconnected or if you're feeling lonely, that's not something we're shaming. It's actually a signal that we need a little bit more connection. And so in that vein, be honest with your care team. You know, let them know that you're feeling isolated. As we just learned about, social isolation or connection isn't separate from your mental health. It's a part of it. And they can kind of support you in getting connected with folks. And that could mean groups. They can be cancer related, or they don't have to be. They could be related to a hobby. We talked about this earlier, but don't underestimate the value of letting others know how to best support you, right? Sometimes people just don't know what the best way is, and we would just like them to know automatically. And a lot of us don't. So connect with someone who has supported you. You could send them a message of gratitude, pay act of kindness forward, or in the spirit of that, you could connect with someone here today that you don't know, right? If you feel comfortable and if you're willing to tolerate discomfort, you know, introduce yourself and maybe share what brought you here today or what you're hoping to take away from the conference. I'm nearly done, so don't worry. This last quadrant is the one, it's cruise. This is the one where people would like to be, right? It's not entirely fear-free, but it's not fear-led. The fear comes up occasionally, but they've learned strategies that help them. In particular, Cruise is very involved in their community, and they plan for things, even in small ways, that feel aligned with what they want. And just know that getting here took time, right? Like therapy, support. At times, people are in this area of the grid because that's just where they are in their cancer experience. They may not have done something to get there yet, but sometimes you just are there. Maybe you're a little bit further out. You know, it can just happen. And that takes me to a really important point that you're not a, you're a dynamic person. And so your fear is dynamic. You're not going to be in one quadrant or one, you know, area of that map and then just stay there. You could shift across all of those four. And maybe as we were talking about it, you could relate to parts of you or times when you could have fit into one of these quadrants. And that can happen because time, stress, events, different things related to your cancer experience. So it's not a test to let's all be crews. That's not what the tool is for. It's really to understand currently how is fear showing up for you so that you can tailor the strategies that we talked about to where you are in the map. And really, it's important to emphasize that these people are obviously representing different people and different stories, but in truth, they could also be the same person, just snapshotted at different times through their experience to illustrate how you know, you can move through these zones. And so what does it mean that one person can go through all of these experiences? It essentially means that fear isn't a fixed entity. It's going to ebb and flow. There's going to be struggle and progress. They can happen side by side, and one doesn't cancel out the other. So our goal, and in terms of when we're working on this kind of stuff in therapy, isn't to get rid of the fear. You don't want to get rid of the smoke alarm in your house. You don't want to get rid of the smoke alarm in your body and your mind, but rather you want to respond to it with awareness, with some intention, compassion, and hopefully strategies that actually match where you are right now, because that is probably going to be most helpful. I have some takeaways. I've already said these things, so I can pause here for questions. Or actually, there is a mentee. Not sure that I'll be able to start it. Pops up. Yes. Okay. So if you think back to earlier, that domain that you identified, what's one small step that you can take in that domain in this coming week? So wherever you were feeling disconnected, I think for some people it was related to social life. For others, it was physical health. Can't see all of them, but again, I'll make sure that if the slides go out, I can put them all together. But what we have so far is being honest about how you feel, noticing your triggers, doing small things like planning for a coffee, reaching out, even if briefly, saying yes, acknowledging my fear out loud. Whoever said that, I'm so happy that that's something you took away. Turning idea into action, blocking out time, saying yes if I didn't already say that one, and reaching out to someone and making a low effort. That could be sending a first text. So thank you for sharing those ideas, everyone. There's some resources here that Diana talked about with the Sarcoma Cancer Foundation. I've linked our resources page. There's some books that may be helpful that build on the ideas of what we talked about, which is not eliminating fear, because in a situation like cancer, can you ever really, you know, eliminate it, but how to live with it and how to balance uncertainty with hope. And so those are some additional things that you can check out. I'm happy to answer any questions. thank you for your attention and your willingness to participate and also your patience. Thank you so much.
It was very, I think, applicable to all of us, actually. This is, as I was telling you, I learned so much from my colleagues. I think I would love to hear if people have comments that they would like to share before getting a coffee. Anything online, Megan? Okay.
I just want to say thank you for kind of explaining the difference between that fear of recurrence that can be really direct, that I think a lot of us expect, versus that more indirect component, that idea that it can be more like displacement in our life and that kind of thing. I realized my husband and I kind of came back and we were looking for a home. I really prioritized like a house that would be good for him versus myself, just kind of assuming that he's going to live in it longer than I will. And so those are the little things that I think were just sort of a little bit, I didn't call that fear of recurrence, but it is. And I felt very helpful and validating that you kind of like broke that down. Thank you.
Anyone online want to share anything? Okay. Okay. Oh, yes.
Oh, thank you. Do you have any advice for those patients who keep saying, I'm okay, I'm fine, everything's fine, but they're in a situation where that's very unlikely? Any tips on trying to help them to open up? Should you try? Should you take them at their word? What's the best approach with those patients?
Great question. So to repeat, it's somebody that you know and care about who keeps saying they're fine, but you can kind of tell that underneath it all, they may not be doing so well. That's a tricky one because it could be very self-protective. Like maybe they're not able to face it right now. Maybe right now it's a survival coping strategy. Perhaps they're and I don't know if this is true, like sometimes when people are in treatment and undergoing active treatment, they just need to put one foot in front of the other. That's not maybe the time where we're going to be kind of opening up Pandora's box and kind of talking about all the fear, because they're just putting all their energy into just making it through past surgery, past chemo, whatever it may be. But if it is a repeated action, instead of kind of forcing what we want for them onto them, because we just know that makes people more defensive or recoil, you might let them know that you're here and that you're here in whatever way that they want you to be, whether that's taking them out somewhere, whether that's making them their favorite meal, whatever it may be. And then I think a part of that is also realizing that, and I don't know if you're caring for someone, this is someone you're a caregiver for, but part of that is also realizing that you are limited too, that you can't often do things for them, but you can let them know that you're a presence that's willing to listen, that's willing to be there, and that you're going to be there even if they take a little bit of time to get there. You could try asking them, have they ever considered going to therapy or talking to someone? But if this person is feeling very resistant right now, it could be that that's not something that they're ready to do. And potentially repeatedly asking them that might make them not talk about things might make them talk about things even less. So sometimes just letting them know that you're there and you're not going anywhere is helpful.
Well, thank you again so much for an amazing session, and welcome everyone to get a coffee, snack, water, use the bathrooms that are here in this hallway. Meet someone new today maybe, and then we'll come back here in about 15 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, can you hear me? And is it loud enough? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Is it working? I'm on my AirPods. Maybe you can't hear me. Hmm. How about now? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Take their seats. So as you can see that there's another activity that's been put on your tables. And again, it's also just to encourage you to try and meet someone new. Um, I'm just going to close these doors. Hang on. We, as you know, everybody has a different color name tag on today. Blue for patients, purple for family and friends, supporters, and then green for students, healthcare providers. And so I encourage you to meet people with the same color tag or even a different color tag today. So unfortunately, Carmen, our dietitian, is not well today, so she's going to be giving her talk virtually. And hi Carmen, and we're so grateful that Carmen is okay enough to be able to still give her talk. Carmen is a registered dietitian at the Princess Margaret, and um, she actually is a very, we talk about the cancer journey from in all these different phases, and Carmen is instrumental in actually helping to support patients at all stages of that cancer journey. One thing that we should always remember is that sarcoma is a cancer that comes from within the body. There is no external forces that can modify the sarcoma coming or going, including diet. Aliza mentioned how one of the most common types of advice that we get from, or unsolicited advice, I suppose, that we get from our family and friends is what we should and shouldn't eat. And specifically, is sugar bad? There are definitely some cancers, for example, GI cancer, breast cancer, in which the sugar content or sugar intake may play a role in the cancer itself, but sarcoma is not one of them. And so this is definitely one of the most common types of questions that we receive. So Karmen is here to dispel all myths and to teach us as a sarcoma family what we should and shouldn't be eating. So thank you so much, Karmen.
Thank you, Abba, for the introduction and the team for inviting me to speak today. I am thrilled to still be here with you virtually. And if there are any technical issues, I'll keep an eye out for the team to flag me. As Abba mentioned, I am honored to be a part of the Princess Margaret. I work with the patients in the sarcoma clinic as part of my caseload. And today I'm here to give the basics on nutrition and cancer and how that applies to your experience or whether you're caring for someone going through the cancer experience and what is helpful to know about nutrition. And also to speak to the truth around sugar and what evidence that we have for the relationship that it may have with cancer. And of course, to talk about some of those common questions about what to be eating to optimize, to make the most of our nutrition and support our body as it's going through the treatment before and beyond. A part of our agenda today, we'll be talking about the nutrition goals at different phases of the cancer experience, how many calories, how much protein, fluids to get in a day on average. Sugar needs no introduction. Juggling side effects and eating well. Thinking about survivorship. And then finally a slide with links to reliable sources for nutrition advice. Just a disclaimer that my presentation is meant to provide general nutritional guidelines and suggestions. It may or may not apply to your medical circumstance, so please speak with your healthcare team if you have any questions about your own care. So I'm on a slide here now that says nutrition goals. I'm just going to assume no news is good news and everyone can see these slides. I have them numbered 1, 2, 3 boxes. Excellent. So in the first box, when we're thinking about nutrition goals for pre-treatment, we're mainly looking to continue meeting nutritional needs, preventing unintended weight loss, and if there are no side effects, then really making the most of that time to continue with a more regular diet, a varied diet, something that might look a little bit more like Canada's food guide, which I'll touch on a little bit later on. When we're looking at during treatment, we're looking at more about meeting those nutrition needs. The big blocks we'll talk about calories, protein, and hydration during the treatment, alongside those side effects, eating to support your treatment, eating to support maintaining a weight that's healthy for you. And finally, in survivorship, the focus will be on prevention behaviors, continuing to meet nutritional needs when nutrition is not as high risk. And that again can look a little bit more like Canada's food guide with some behavior, like tailored recommendations from the American Institute for Cancer Research. There are ways to reduce risk, but a lot of the times what I will say is there are many behaviors that we can do to reduce risk, but risk does not equal cause. So we want to emphasize that, just as Abba was saying, that there isn't, particularly in sarcoma, there isn't a tie to any external factors for a trigger for disease, that we do our best with our diet, and that will provide our body with the nutritional foundation it needs. So a common question that I get is if someone needs a special diet. So even for people who I get referrals to and I do one-on-one consultation, there isn't particularly a need for a special diet unless your doctor has indicated specifically that these are things you need to include or these are things you need to avoid. And particularly even with different, with a sarcoma diagnosis or other, there isn't a one diet that applies to a specific diagnosis. It's more about managing those symptoms and also your body's unique needs and what you're able to tolerate or not tolerate. Of course, when we're on treatment, the body is more sensitive to food poisoning or having poor outcomes from food poisoning. So we do advise those food safety guidelines. For any of you who have been pregnant or care for someone who's pregnant, it's very similar guidelines. We suggest avoiding raw fish like sushi, undercooked meats or runny eggs, making sure we're keeping our hot foods hot and our cold foods cold, and storing leftovers and using them in a timely manner, washing our fruits and vegetables under running water, that kind of thing. And then when we're looking at overall healthy eating, we do have the very evidence-based and reliable Canada's Food Guide, which is pictured here. It has a good variety of fruits, vegetables. You can see different colors, grain products, so carbohydrates, including whole grains like pastas, rice, and breads, and protein foods like from animal sources like fish, meat, eggs, dairy, and then plant-based options like beans, lentils, nuts, and seeds. Not saying that you have to eat all of these kinds of foods on the plate. Variety is great if you can tolerate it, but depending on where you are in your experience and your journey, your plate may not look like this. So we'll talk a bit about optimizing nutrition when it comes to thinking about what your plate, what your eating will look like during treatment. And that can vary depending on what symptoms you have, how high of a risk you are for becoming malnourished, whether you might be older, already have some weight loss, have other comorbidities, other medical conditions that may increase your risk of not getting enough nutrition. Weight, if you've already lost weight, that's a higher risk. And then adapting to cultural foods, foods that are your comfort foods or that are familiar, or foods that you prefer. And then how well or you're supported in terms of getting help with cooking or knowing how to cook or preparing recipes and meals. So these are the reasons why we're talking about nutrition. It can be helpful during treatment to heal and prevent tissues breaking down, improving your energy and strength if it's related to you having difficulties like getting enough of your nutrition, of course, managing those side effects, to promote healing and recovery, giving your body the building blocks to build back some of the damage or support the immune system, which reduces the risk of infection, and then supporting overall quality of life and well-being, where you we connect over a dinner table, we connect over food. So that's another way to continue connecting with friends and family, is over meals, even in the midst of difficult times. Okay, so those big chunks of nutrients. For calories, these are some ranges that may help some people kind of picture what it looks like to be eating enough on a typical day. It might look different for you depending on your medical circumstance, and your medical team may have suggested otherwise, higher or lower ranges. But for calories, based on the weight, you'll see it's 25 to 30 calories per kilogram. It may actually look even higher during treatment. And what that can look like on average is between 1,500 to 2,000 calories per day for a typical person. Again, often will be higher, can also be lower depending on your size. Protein, this is such a hot topic, and we'll touch more on each of these nutrient blocks in a moment. Protein ranges from 1 to 1.5 grams per day, and that can look between 50 grams to 100 grams of protein a day, depending on your size and your body's needs. Hydration, you'll see a number here as well. It basically means that we're looking at needing about 1 milliliter per calorie that you need in a day. So for an average person who needs to take in 1,500 to 2,000 calories a day, then that looks like having 1,500 milliliters or 1.5 liters to 2 liters a day. So your 6 to 8 cups. So it really isn't so dramatically different as you would see for a general population. Some suggestions when we're thinking about adding calories, like to picture what that can look like. And of course, that can look like increasing your portion sizes if it's possible to meet those higher nutritional needs during treatment. But if higher portion sizes is something you've already done, or you feel like you've maxed out on the size of the food that of the plate that you're having, adding extra fats, oils like olive oil, avocado oil, whatever it may be, to your cooking, your vegetables, your stews, that can increase, the fats can increase the calories that you're getting in that portion size. And topping your foods with cheese, nuts, syrups, like syrup is listed here, using things like nut butters like peanut butter, with breads, even in smoothies. These are ways to make the portion sizes that you're eating a bit more nutrient dense and valuable to you. When you're choosing, if you tolerate dairy, and if you're choosing those foods like milk, cheese, yogurt, feel free to go for a higher percentage if you're able to. With milk and yogurt, at least 2%. If you can go higher, there's whole milk, which is 3.25%. You can go full fat Greek yogurt. I love the ones that go up to like 5% or 11%. It's super creamy. And it makes things taste delicious if you're into that. But it also adds more calories per serving. So protein and common foods, I provided a list here, which is also linked at the bottom and at the end of my presentation. This is a Sunnybrook resource that just kind of gives us a frame of reference for what foods are sources of protein. And you can see that foods with more protein is, of course, what we would expect with like chicken, so poultry, red meats, including beef, pork, lamb, and then fish, and seafood, including salmon, shrimp, and other shellfish. So this helps us to kind of picture if numbers works for you and you're trying to calculate like, okay, how many calories am I getting, or how much protein am I getting, and how much protein do I need? A typical serving size would be about the size of the palm of your hand, which is 3 ounces. And so if you picture like a piece of chicken or a piece of like a beef, like a beef steak, for example, then the size of the palm of your hand would be giving you about that 24 grams of protein, or 1 serving size. Okay, and then hydration, we're thinking about fluids that include water or carbonated waters if you tolerate things that are bubbly. These are fluids that hydrate you without any calories. So it's purely for giving your body the hydration. If eating is a challenge and you need to find ways to get in more calories and protein, choosing drinks that have those nutrients in them, like the milk, blending things into smoothies, soy beverages, or even nutrition supplements like Ensure, Boost, Berry, will also add to your hydration and give you that top up with the nutrients. Sometimes I get the question about caffeine, and so the recommendations for caffeine are basically the general guidelines for the population, which is up to 400 milligrams a day. What that looks like is about 3 standard cups of coffee. That would be the max for caffeine. as suggested. And then tea, because it has a lower caffeine content, less restricted than coffee. It can help to carry a water bottle with you. There's these ones that like mark how much you've been drinking throughout the day and has like a pep talk right on the bottle to encourage you to drink more if getting enough hydration is a challenge. So maybe getting one of those water bottles with you, or setting an alarm every 1 hour to remind yourself to drink can be helpful to meeting your hydration needs. Gonna have a quick slide break here that offers a recipe, and from my understanding, you'll have access to these slides later on, so you don't have to write it down frantically. This recipe is from our kitchen, our Elixir kitchen at the Princess Margaret. It's a program for all individuals at any stage. And we have a wellness chef who creates these recipes that are both easy to access, easy to create and prepare, and nutritious. So this one here is a smoothie recipe. So an idea for what you can throw into a blender. And then if you wanted to use the remainder of the liquid to make it into a pancake batter, you would just add some flour. I'm just gonna go back for a second. No, I can't. Oh, there. I like using blenders for things, and I like smoothies because it's easy to make and to drink. And then, like, if that's your thing, and then it's also easy to clean up because once you pour all of the beverage out, you just toss some water and soap back into the blender, and then stick it on, and then turn it on for a few minutes, and then you're basically just, the blender is self-cleaning, so it saves time and energy. Okay. So now we've come to the big question, the one that is in the title slide. What is it about sugar? And does it cause cancer to grow faster? And should it be avoided? So the facts that we do have is that, I'm just going to go back a couple of steps. What we do know is that our body cells, our healthy cells, use glucose, which is a form of sugar in the body, to give our body energy, the energy that it needs. Sugar is also a pretty readily available natural part of our diet. You'll find it in carbohydrate foods like the whole grains we talked about, breads, pastas, rice, etc. It's also in naturally in fruit, and also in desserts and pastries and sweets that we might find in our pantries and grocery stores. The reason why we are not as concerned about sugar being a part of the diet is because by cutting out sugars, and I mean any and all sugar sources, if you decrease the amount of foods that you're eating, we risk missing essential nutrients and having enough calories because we're cutting out a big chunk of certain foods in our diet. And the reason why we don't want to do that is because there isn't enough evidence to suggest that having sugars in our food will actually feed the cancer cells. We also don't have evidence that removing sugars from our diet will slow cancer cell growth or change outcomes. So what we do know is that by removing sugars from our diet, we're removing quite a big part of our diet and can lead to our bodies not getting enough of the nutrients, leading to weight loss and decreased coping with side effects, weakness and fatigue that's related to from a nutrition standpoint. And so it puts you at a higher risk than it is to be really intentional about avoiding sugars and then not feeling well or getting the nutrition you need. The reason why sugar has been such a hot topic is because of a scan that was done a long time ago that saw that cancer cells use the sugar in our bodies to do its activity. Cancer cells use the energy source they can find, and the energy source they can find just so happens to be the glucose, the sugars in our bloodstream. If we cut that supply off, we're causing harm to our own bodies. And also, there has been some research to show that cancer cells may be able to use other nutrients in the body, such as protein, to fuel its growth. But that doesn't mean that we should cut protein, because then we're, again, putting ourselves at more nutritional risk. So you kind of see where I'm going with this, where we want to rely on medical treatment and cancer therapy to do its job of destroying cancer cells. But we want to ensure that your body is getting the nutrition it needs to get through the treatment in a healthy way. Okay, I hope I did justice to that, but if there are questions, I'm happy to field them later on. Just want to briefly touch on managing side effects that may or may not occur when we're going through treatment. So things like poor appetite, very, very common, very finicky, and is often, appetite is connected to other side effects like nausea, vomiting, for which there are strategies depending on what you tolerate and what you don't. So making the most of foods that you are able to eat and enjoy, foods that don't make you sick at the sight of it, even if it might feel like a less healthy food. But anything that you're able to eat and drink will be supporting your nutrition when eating is difficult. If you are having any difficulties with nausea and vomiting, some people find it easier to gravitate towards things that are like fluids, easy to kind of consume. You drink it, it's done. Like if you're not actively vomiting, if you're actively vomiting, that would be something to direct to your medical team. But fluids are easier to take when you're feeling nauseous. Some people find it more nauseating to like have to chew foods and then swallow it and taste it and smell it. When you're drinking things like smoothies, shakes, milk, juice, or nutrition supplements, it's like one and done. Sometimes eating in a well-ventilated area, staying outside of the kitchen when there's cooking smells can help with managing the nausea. If you're having taste changes, I find people tend to gravitate towards certain tastes or are totally turned off other tastes. So for example, if you are having trouble with salty foods, then maybe flavoring foods in more of a sweet way with syrups or fruits, maybe sweet flavors would be better tolerated, and focusing on those flavors to mask flavors that you don't enjoy. Similarly with food aversions, kind of going with what you prefer eating and avoiding or minimizing on things that you're not able to tolerate as much. And speaking with your team about how to maximize on nutrition if you're having like a lot of these different side effects, that you might get a referral to a dietitian to help further support you in your individual journey, in your personal journey and needs. If you're having any abdominal pain or discomfort, there are some foods that can produce more gas. Just thinking for a typical person, foods like beans, lentils, broccoli, cauliflower, the cruciferous vegetables, they naturally produce more gas in the gut. If you notice those are foods or other foods may be a trigger for you, it may be an indication to kind of slow down on those foods and find other foods that are easier to digest. With difficulty chewing and swallowing, this can really impact your eating and may mean stepping down the texture of your food. So instead of focusing solely on solid foods, maybe choosing softer foods or even liquids, softer foods like naturally thinking mashed potato with gravy, yogurts require no chewing. If you have soft cooked vegetables like peeled cooked carrots that you can pierce with a fork. Those are easier to chew, softer. If you do have coughing and choking with chewing and swallowing, that would be important to flag to the team, and you may need a swallowing assessment to see if things are going down the right way. Weight loss, we're always trying to prevent weight loss. We want you to stay at a steady weight as much as you can so that you aren't losing your healthy muscle mass. So that's where we go back to talking about getting enough calories and protein to support the weight. If you're having constipation, often that can be a side effect that's more related to the treatment and how much you're able to eat. If you're not able to eat as much, your bowel movements may become less regular. And so that managing those side effects and any of the side effects that I've mentioned can actually be a little bit more effective in collaboration with the team, in collaboration with medications meant to alleviate those symptoms, because they're not diet related, they're treatment related. So if we're managing something that's treatment related, using medications is the most effective way and can actually help you get back on your feet to eating and eating enough sooner rather than later. So there's a collaboration of dietary adjustments and then also medications that the team may suggest. Okay, so we've moved into, this slide is more about survivorship guidelines. They are from the American Institute for Cancer Research, and we'll talk about some dietary guidelines like keeping red meat consumption to a certain amount, choosing whole grains, fruits, vegetables, to have fiber foods in your diet. Again, you know, these guidelines are general guidelines, and so for some people, if they have difficulty with tolerating whole grains, or it says here to be physically active, but you're limited in your physical mobility, these are things to work alongside your medical team to optimize on. Just wanted to touch on the red meat portion because a lot of people have questions about whether or not red meat is actually healthy to eat. So yes, red meat is healthy to eat. You're getting good sources of iron, B12 vitamins, and protein and calories from red meat like lamb, pork, and beef. The limitation based on the ACRE guidelines, it's not listed here, but the limitations are still for 12 to 18 ounces of red meat per week. So going back to our handy palm portion size, that's still 4 to 6 portions a week. And that's a lot more than actually a lot of people that I speak to. So the limitation on red meat is only if someone is really overdoing it, then we need to scale it down. Otherwise, red meat can be part of a healthy diet. What we want to limit is processed meat. So what I'm talking about is not the fresh kinds that you're cooking. I'm talking about the fresh meats. I'm talking about processed or cured meats like deli meats, such as ham. I'm talking about bacon and hot dogs. These are processed meats that are using curing and salting processes that create substances that have been known to be not as beneficial in the gut. This will apply less for sarcoma patients, but overall speaking, it can be helpful to limit processed meats to your special occasions. It doesn't mean don't have them. It means have your hot dog when you're at a baseball game. Have bacon on that occasional brunch. Don't feel guilty about that, but try not to incorporate it into your day-to-day meal. I'm going to keep moving forward for the purpose of time, and I mentioned there will be resources at the end, and you can always look up the American Institute for Cancer Research. They are a reliable source for nutrition and other medical information. Oh, okay, and we're here. So this is the slide with all of the resources. I believe you'll have access to this, and you'll find resources that talk about healthy eating, different diets if you need specific diets. The Elixir Kitchen is listed here, so if you want to connect with them about recipe ideas or attend their cooking demonstrations, they do that once a month. So that's it from me. I can't see anyone on that end, but I imagine you're all paying attention. And I hope it was engaging. Thank you so much for your time and for tuning in.
So Carmen, we can see you and hear you very well. And so we will open the floor up for questions, both in person and online.
Excellent.
Good morning, so my question is, I had obviously heard the sugar stuff and disregarded that many, many years ago. But the diet that I hear in the sarcoma group that I am associated with most often is an anti-inflammatory diet. And I was wondering if you could talk to that. Is there any value? Or is it just like sugar, all sound and fury signifying nothing?
So I would say with the anti-inflammatory diet, depending on what that can look like, I'm presuming that would include more like omega-3s, fatty fish, foods that it can range quite a bit. I think I would be, again, there isn't enough evidence to suggest that an anti-inflammatory diet would be something that's beneficial or would improve outcomes. I would be wary if the suggestion from that diet is to restrict and reduce many foods that you have in your diet. I would think an anti-inflammatory diet might exclude foods like dairy. So I would be mindful if you're not also getting foods from protein from animal-based sources, if you're reducing red meat, if you're reducing dairy, that you're not getting enough protein and calories. Otherwise, if you feel like you're getting the variety, you're getting animal-based proteins, you're getting carbohydrate, whole grain or grain foods, and you're getting some variety of fruits and vegetables tolerated, then there isn't so much of a risk of following an anti-inflammatory diet. But otherwise, based on literature we have, there isn't evidence to suggest that it would be particularly beneficial or necessary. And so there's always ongoing research, but I would say if you felt like there was less of a risk or you wanted to give it a try, always speak with your medical team. I would caution against excluding many different foods from the diet, just because we don't have quite the research for those certain ways of eating. And if we did, we would tell everyone, we would yell it from the mountains. So some discretion there.
Thank you, Carmen. And so specifically from a sarcoma perspective, I will again add and reiterate that we don't want you to restrict anything, actually. So Fiona's heard me say this and others have too. I want you to all think about your favorite food. That's what you should be eating tonight. Chemotherapy, radiation, surgery, having a sarcoma diagnosis or caring for somebody with cancer is very, very challenging. It's very difficult. I take a lot of pleasure in every, morsel of my favorite food that I eat. And I tell my daughter, like, feel it's like a party in your mouth. And when your tastes and preferences have changed because of stress or cancer therapy, then I think that finding those foods that give you pleasure is even more important. So to me, that is the most important aspect of thinking about diet rather than restricting. So any other questions for Carmen online, Megan, or?
No, there's no questions online right now.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else in the room? Questions for Carmen?
Hi. First, that was very lovely what you just said. Thank you. And just, I loved how you were really specific about red meat, and you were red meat, like fresh meat versus processed. And I was wondering can you be more specific around what you mean by sugar? Like, cupcake versus fruit salad, for example?
Yeah. So that's the thing, actually. When our body interacts, so we know foods like fruit will have sugars in them. And we know foods like cupcakes will have sugars in them. When we talk about the diet and the ingredients, we might talk about natural sugars and added sugars. And when we picture natural sugars, you might be thinking like fruit, maple syrup, maybe. And added sugars, we might think like table sugar, white sugar, or brown sugar, for example. When it gets into our body and we're absorbing it in the gut, it's just the same thing. It's just sugar. Our gut will interact with it exactly the same. So that's part of why we're so hesitant and we don't want to restrict any of those foods. If someone said to me that they were able to eat well, they can eat all kinds of foods, but all they wanted to eat was jelly beans all day, I would be a bit more cautious. But trying to be concise. But when we're thinking about foods like fruit, foods like bread, those aren't individual components of sugar. Those foods also have vitamins and protein and calories. So it's not that we're kind of like nitpicking and individualizing on just sugar. When you're eating foods, it's not just the individual ingredients, it's the full package. It's a full package of a variety of nutrients. It's a full package of the enjoyment of those flavors and the mix of those ingredients. And so I guess to your question, is there a difference between fruit sugar and sugar in a cupcake? In the body, no. Do we suggest, you should be having as many cupcakes as fruits? Probably not. But we do want to have a variety. We want to have balance. We want to say that, yes, desserts and sweets, things like candies, chocolates, donuts, cupcakes, let's have them in moderation. Foods like fruit and breads, we know based on Canada's Food Guide to incorporate it into every meal and to have it as part of a balanced diet. So everything, all foods fit. It's a matter of moderation, how often you're using it, as opposed to those individual components, and particularly with the sugar. I hope that answered your question.
I would also like to add, it depends where one is in their cancer journey. So if my stomach can only eat this much, an apple is like 30 calories. A chocolate chip muffin from Tim Hortons, on the label it says it's 420 calories. So you should eat the chocolate chip muffin because that will give you 420 calories instead of 40 if my stomach can only hold this much food. Society, we know that in North America, the motto is, control your calorie intake. Obesity is an epidemic. But in the context of cancer therapy, what you really want to do is maintain your weight. We don't have our favorite physiatrist here today to talk about physical activity, but we also know that it's the balance between maintaining your body weight with as many calories as possible and also maintaining physical activity. And I think that it's kind of the balance. And so during cancer therapy, I personally would recommend removing guilt from sugar. And as Karmen just also reassured us that the sugar that our body sees is actually the same, whether you eat 3 grapes or 3 cookies. Okay, any questions online?
No, not online.
Okay, anyone? I think we can take, one more question in the, for sure.
When talking about taste changes, what are some suggestions that we can give to patients or for patients undergoing cancer treatments themselves when their favorite food, for example, doesn't taste like their favorite anymore, or things that they loved they now can't tolerate?
Yeah, that's super duper tough. like Abba, you were saying, like, what's your favorite food? Go and eat it. We all want to eat it. And when we eat it, we'll enjoy it. For those who are struggling with their favorite foods in the context of taste changes or other side effects, when working with patients and caregiving, or even for yourself, is to give yourself a lot of empathy first, to understand that, like, this is my favorite food. This is a favorite food. It sucks that it doesn't taste good right now. Strategies working around that is to look for perhaps other foods that may be better tolerated, that someone may gravitate towards or feel okay with. It may be a challenge. I hope that someone can find another food that they're able to tolerate better, but if they're not, it may mean for a while that eating foods and eating regularly and eating enough is a routine. It has to be a chore because it has to be done in order to optimize and get the body what it needs to get through the treatment. Now, there are other strategies alongside the medical team to help support those side effects. For instance, there may be like, just even in thinking of over the counter. So if there are taste changes that are affecting how a favorite food tastes, or dryness in the mouth, there are over the counter products that can help with the dryness, whether that be a gel or an alcohol-free mouthwash or certain toothpaste. Regular rinsing of the mouth, that can help with the taste changes for some. And then if there's a component of appetite as well, speaking with your team if there are medications or other side effects that are impacting that overall situation. Sometimes people tell me they are not interested in food, and it turns out that it's actually because when they eat a little bit, or even before they eat, they're super duper full. And there are medications that can help with that indigestion to get things moving so that we can make the most of nutrition. So in short, my answer would be, hopefully there are other foods that will work in the interim. If there are not other favorite foods, then being a bit more intentional about food as medicine, food as a routine at the time to get what the body needs. And secondly, to work with the team and to think your team and to think of solutions that might be a workaround to the situation that you're having. And of course, if eating is a difficulty or you're at a higher nutrition risk, losing weight, getting a referral to a specialized dietitian or a nutritionist in your team, a dietitian, to help with managing or providing an individual nutrition care plan can be helpful.
Hi, my name is Margaret Lee. I have diabetics for almost 30 years, but still control with medication is pretty good. But recently I have high in potassium. What I found out is the food good for potassium is bad for diabetic. Good for diabetic is bad for potassium. I really don't know what to do.
Oh, yeah, that can be really, really tricky. Yeah, honestly, yeah, I would say, I mean, hopefully, with your doctors or the team that's caring for your potassium and your blood sugars, can connect you with someone who can balance kind of both based on the diet that you're used to eating or that you're able to prepare, on a day-to-day basis that works with your routine. I'm trying to think. When, in terms of thinking about blood sugar management and potassium, the potassium food list is kind of hard to keep a track of, but things that help with managing blood sugars overall would be incorporating foods with protein, such as the meat or more of the animal-based proteins. And then incorporating fats, such as like cooking oils or butter, to help balance out the blood sugar absorption in the gut. So basically, we're just trying to keep things a bit more level and the blood sugars to get absorbed in a more level, slower way. And adding protein and fats to your meals can help with the blood sugars getting absorbed in a slower way. Otherwise, managing with the potassium foods, that would be a bit more of a conversation to juggle and figure out what that can look like for you with your team. I do hope that you're able to connect with someone about that, or that you have a plan going already.
Sugar-wise, I'm not worried about it because I have
Mm-hmm.
been there for a long time, so I can manage it very good. And
Good.
I test my sugar in the morning fasting and 2 hours after dinner. So
Mm-hmm.
most of the time is very good, except sometimes I'm not doing good. But the potassium, I can't find anyone help me. Even the kidney
Oh.
doctor doesn't look like they can help me. I
Oh
asked for
no.
the dietitian for the kidney dietitian. The doctor
Yeah.
said it's very difficult to get it, so I
It's
don't have it.
It's true. I will tell you that everyone in my father's family has diabetes and they have the exact same problem. Actually,
Yeah.
it's a very common problem, but maybe we can talk more about this afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Carmen, for your wonderful talk and all the questions.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of your day.
Okay, so many of us here today are from Princess Margaret or from University Health Network, but there are also people here who are from other cancer centers. Regardless, most cancer centers now have kind of an electronic patient chart system where you can access your doctor's notes, your blood tests, and all your radiology reports. At Princess Margaret, I will tell you that the patients get the radiology and their scan reports at the exact same time that the physicians do. And families and patients see one report, and we as the healthcare providers will see the reports from all of our patients. You know, when this kind of access to CT scans came out, we weren't sure, we weren't sure whether this was going to be a good thing or a bad thing. And maybe I will ask with a show of hands, how many people here like getting their reports before they see their doctor? Yes. Okay. And how many people don't like getting their reports? Yeah, so I would say like maybe 80-20. So, and I think that is true. So we invited Dr. David Wang to give us kind of a lens from the other side. Dr. Wang trained in Toronto Medical School and radiology residency. To become a radiologist, a regular radiologist, takes 5 years of training after medical school. And in fact, as a radiologist, you end up having to learn about the entire body and every single disease that the body can have. It's actually quite an intensive training program. And then after that, Dr. Wang went to Boston to then specialize in one part of the body, which is the abdomen. But he's a very smart guy, so he does know about arms and legs and the head and neck as well. And so we invite David Wang now to give us our next talk, How Do I Interpret My CT Scan Results?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I also recognize that this is the last talk before lunch, so I will try to, so I am between you and food, as we just discussed. So I will try to get through on a timely basis. Okay, all right, very good. So I'm hoping that the goal of today's talk is to perhaps I'll take this opportunity to shed some light on what we do as radiologists and how radiology plays a role in oncologic care. I'm also hoping to cover some common questions that both clinicians and providers as well as patients have with respect to radiology, both in terms of acquiring the images as well as the image interpretation. So to begin, I guess I want to take this opportunity to sort of introduce ourselves as a field because, although I'm very biased, radiology has an ever-growing role in medical care throughout all aspects of healthcare. But because of the nature of our work, our interactions with patients is quite limited. So who are we? So radiologists are specialist physicians who specialize in the interpretation of advanced imaging medical examinations. In addition to that, a subset of our colleagues, namely the interventional radiologists, also help diagnose and treat conditions using minimally invasive procedures guided by imaging. And this is most likely how patients come in contact with radiologists, is in those types of procedures. As was mentioned, the field of radiology is very complex, and it's ever growing and requires a lot of education. And the large majority of radiologists have at least 14 years of postgraduate education. So what do radiologists do in the context of oncology care? So I think we do a lot of important things. First off, I think advanced imaging is one of the most common and important ways that we actually identify and detect cancers. This stems from all the way from population screening, such as when you get your mammographies, and in addition to staging malignancies that we know about. In addition, as was previously mentioned, we conduct image-guided biopsies and perform image-guided treatment. This is very important in obtaining tissue so we can confirm the diagnosis of malignancy, but also to test important molecular markers, which may be helpful and important to direct future therapies. We also participate in multidisciplinary discussions, so with a collaboration with our medical and surgical oncology colleagues, ensure that the patients get an accurate diagnosis and are on the right track from their treatment perspective. And then finally, we have a role to ensure as safe and proper use of imaging resources. So we act as a steward to this very important resource, particularly in our publicly funded healthcare system, so that we ensure that the proper patients get the proper imaging in the proper amount of time. So one of the common questions or things that we discuss or patients want to know about is what imaging technique am I getting? So I just wanted to quickly go through what are some of the common imaging modalities used in oncology. I put together here X-rays and CTs together because they use ionizing radiation to produce a picture of your body. An X-ray produces a 2D picture, whereas a CT uses multiple X-rays to create a 3D picture of the body. PET scan is something that I think a lot of patients in oncology undergo as well. They also use radiation, however, it uses in a different way. We inject radioactive material, and we use a special camera to capture some of that radiation information in order to create the picture inside the human body. MRI and ultrasounds are also, I'm sure most of you are well aware of. The MRI uses a very powerful magnet and radio waves to create a detailed picture of the human body. And ultrasound uses sound waves to create the pictures of the human body. So all four modalities are very commonly used. There's no one imaging modality better than the other. Each have their specific role in specific circumstances. I wanted to touch on specifically the differences between CT and MRI, because I think this comes up a lot in terms of why am I getting a CT scan versus an MRI. And there are some important differences. First, the timing of the scan is quite different. If you've been through both a CT and an MRI, you know that a CT scan is quite fast. In my field, where I read CTs of the abdomen and pelvis, it takes only about 1 to 2 minutes to acquire the images themselves, whereas a corresponding abdominal or pelvis MRI could take to 30 to 45 minutes. All right. In our healthcare system, a CT scan is generally more available compared to an MRI. And in terms of patient experiences, I'm sure if you've been through an MRI machine, you know that it is quite loud. It is basically a tunnel, and patients can get often very claustrophobic. Imagine being in there for about 30 to 45 minutes with a magnet whirring on and on and on and on. And oftentimes this is probably the number one reason why we get failed MRI examinations, because patients basically can't tolerate being in there for that long. Whereas a CT scan is shaped, instead of a tunnel, it's more like a donut. It's open, and we finish quite quickly. Most importantly, though, I think it's important to recognize that although the two machines look kind of similar, and they're quite different, and they're actually used in quite different ways. In the field that I am in abdominal imaging, our CT scanner is our sort of workhorse imaging modality. It's what we primarily use for most staging of oncologic malignancy or oncology imaging. Whereas an MRI is more reserved for specific use cases, for example, for local staging of specific types of cancers. Okay, we wouldn't want to use an MRI to stage the rest of our body because of all the other things we discussed. The image quality and all that stuff would take too long, and the image quality will be not as good enough to get the accurate information that we need. So the take-home point from this part of the talk is that there's no single best modality for all circumstances, and that the imaging modality and the type of studies depends on the specific clinical question and the context. And you'll see that come up throughout our talk today. That's probably one of the most important parts of understanding how imaging plays into oncology care. So now this brings up to the topic of radiation. This is another sort of topic that commonly comes up with patients, and I think is certainly something that is on the minds of patients as we discuss with them about undergoing a CT scan. Okay, so we know that CTs and X-rays uses high electromagnetic waves or ionizing radiation to generate the images needed for the exam. However, we also know that patients are concerned about this because we know that high doses of radiation, and the data usually comes from, unfortunately, atomic disasters or nuclear, things like unfortunately, the atomic bombs, that has, unfortunate deleterious effects on patients' health, including increasing the risk of malignancy. However, the actual risk of advanced imaging techniques, such as a CT scanner or an X-rays, is a much more complicated discussion and is, to be frank, beyond the scope of any sort of our discussions here. However, sort of our general guidelines and the information that we have to date, or the best amount of information that we have, is that the risk of any single CT scan is generally extremely, extremely low. Okay. What is important to keep in mind is that, like anything in medicine, there are risks and there are benefits. Okay, just as if we start any chemotherapy medication, or we start any medication in general, we have a discussion about the potential benefits as well as the potential side effects. Okay, and with medical imaging, that's no exception. All right, a CT scan can be extremely, extremely useful in diagnosing life-threatening conditions and to provide very accurate information about proper cancer staging. Right. So the benefit of that information, in my opinion, and I think in all of our opinions in terms of the general medical field, is that that significantly outweighs any small potential risk associated with the ionizing radiation you receive in a CT scan. All right. But what is important to consider is that anytime your provider orders a CT scan, you want to be aware of what is the benefit of this scan, how will it help me, and because there is that small potential risk, and we want to avoid any sort of unnecessary examinations. Our current modern CT scanners have significantly reduced amount of radiation dose compared to even CT scanners from about 10 to 20 years ago. Okay, and despite sort of the small theoretical and associated risks, a recent publication from the American College of Radiology states that there are no published studies directly linking CT scans or even multiple CT scans to cancer. And as I discussed, the benefits of the examination, okay, should outweigh the small potential risks in the correct clinical scenario. So that's sort of the discussion that we typically have with patients when they come to us sort of with concerns and with discussions about, should I undergo this scan? We follow what's called an ALARA principle, and that's an acronym standing for as low as reasonably achieved. And that's something that we try to do to reduce any potential risk associated with CT scans and X-rays. And what that means is, as I mentioned, that we choose the correct examination for the appropriate situation. We are constantly trying to improve the way we scan our patients with technical improvements with our CT scanners to reduce the dose. And of course, to be diligent and to ensure to avoid unnecessary examinations and to avoid repeat examinations. So this leads to sort of the name of our talk, which is in terms of interpreting imaging results in the context of now patients having early access to these imaging results, okay? So obviously, the correct interpretation and the accurate interpretation is the onus on us to be able to do that as radiologists. But I think what I want to communicate to patients is that despite that a CT scan, despite it being some objective data, it's actually not as black and white as you think. Okay, and the interpretation of these images depend a lot on the clinical context of what that patient is and within their journey, within their cancer journey. So I just want to give you a couple of examples of sort of why that is. Okay, so I will, for the sake of time, I'm going to skip through this part. I'm going to go through this image right over here. This is a CT scan of a kidney, and that is what this thing is here. This bean-shaped structure right over here. Okay. We see there's some fluid around this kidney, and there's some stranding around this kidney as well. You will probably just have to take my word for it, okay? This picture can mean two different things depending on the different circumstances, okay? If you are a patient that has acute flank pain, you're presenting with fever, and you're feeling unwell, we would consider you to have an acute infection of your kidney or something called pyelonephritis, all right? However, if we look back on some of your older imaging, and we see that this finding has been present for years and years and years, and you're completely asymptomatic and feeling well, this could be just age-related changes, and these are well-documented findings that you could see in patients who are more elderly. Okay, so I just want to show you that despite having the exact same picture, the interpretation and what this means could mean quite drastically different depending on who the patient is and how they're feeling at the moment, right? We as radiologists, unfortunately, don't have the pleasure to know that information beforehand, so we occasionally present both as options, okay? So I guess, and when patients read this information, they may feel like, oh, this is the absolute gold standard ground truth, and that sometimes may not be the case. So I guess that's what I wanted to bring up in this example here, okay? Specifically, let's talk about another scenario, and this is more common in sort of staging CT or MRI scans when we try to look at changes of various diseases. Let's say, hypothetically, we have a nodule that represents disease in the body, and we see on the next subsequent study, it's gotten a little bit bigger. And we describe this as saying it got an increase in size from 2 to 2.3 centimeters. Okay, so you might see that on your radiology report. Well, what does this mean exactly? Well, again, it'll depend on the specific clinical circumstances, okay? If there are other lesions in the body and they've all increased in size, unfortunately, this means that you may have had progressive disease, all right? However, if there are other lesions in the body that have all decreased in size or have not significantly changed, we might actually describe you as stable disease, all right? And in a third situation, if you recently started on some treatment or some therapy, the increase in size might actually be a good thing in the sense that your rate of growth has been slowing. Okay, so you might actually have some early treatment effects. So a CT scan is just a single cross-section in time of what your body looks like at that moment, and the interpretation of what this means with respect to the state of your cancer or in your cancer journey might be very dependent on what your current situation is. So reading the statement that the lesion has increased from 2 to 2.3 centimeters, you can see can have pretty wide-ranging interpretations depending on the context, okay? So the take-home point, imaging results are only a single piece of the puzzle and needs to be taken in context of what is happening to you along your journey. Okay, so towards the end of my talk, I'm going to quickly touch upon what was mentioned in the initial survey, which was how many people like having access to their imaging. So now, currently at UHN, people can have access to their imaging via Epic, through Pocket Health, so on and so forth. And so there's certainly increased adoption of patient access to imaging via patient portals. And similar to what was done as a straw poll here in this room, a large majority of Canadians enjoy having or are interested in having information available to them. A survey done of 2,000 patients in 2019 indicated that 70% of patients are interested in having patient portal access to health information. And there are certainly benefits. There's improved patient engagement and potentially improved communication between the patient and the healthcare provider. Okay. However, there are potential downsides as well. We use, radiology and medicine is becoming ever more complex. We use lots of different terminology and jargon, which may be very difficult to understand for a layperson. So the medical jargon can potentially lead to increased anxiety. And as I sort of briefly touched upon in all my clinical scenarios here, there might be a loss of clinical context. Well, what does this increase in size of this nodule really mean to me? Okay, will this change how I'm being treated? It is interesting, as Dr. Gupta mentioned, that at UHN here, there's no lag time between when the results are available to the clinicians and when they're available to the patients. And in fact, it's interesting, different jurisdictions across Canada have different policies with respect to this. In Ontario, so we, similar to UHN, there's no embargo time. It's basically available as soon as it's available to you. And I think that includes pathology information as well, if I'm not mistaken. Whereas in Quebec, imaging has a 1 month embargo time. So there is a 1 month blackout period before the patients can see their imaging results before the clinicians do. So it's kind of interesting how different jurisdictions chose to enact these types of policies. In the last couple of minutes, I'm just going to talk about one quick study. The concept of large language models and artificial intelligence has sort of been imbued into our culture now. And some groups have taken a look to see, because of the amount of medical jargon that's in radiology reports, does artificial intelligence or large language models have a role in simplifying these radiology reports? So this was a study done this past year where they took a radiology report, they put it through some of the most commercially available large language models, ChatGPT, Bard, which I believe now is called Gemini, as well as Microsoft's Bing. And they used the following prompts: simplify this report, I am a patient, simplify this report, simplify this radiology report at the 7th grade level, okay? So here are some of the results. It's just purely out of interest. So this is the original raw report. It says, no evidence of collecting system stones or pyelonephritis, 1.7 centimeter right adrenal fat-containing nodule, likely a small myelolipoma or adenoma, and extensive atherosclerotic calcifications involving the abdominal aorta and major branches. Now, this makes sense to me. I don't know if that makes sense to any of you guys out there in terms of what the meaning of these are, but they put this through some of these large language models, and it came out as your kidneys are healthy. There's a small fatty tumor on your right adrenal gland. This is most likely a benign tumor called a myelolipoma or an adenoma. You have a lot of calcium deposits in your abdominal aorta and its major branches. I hope this is helpful. Please let your doctor know about these findings so they can discuss your treatment options with you. It'll be something very similar with ChatGPT. So, so potentially, again, I want to be clear. I am not advocating for all our patients to go and, open up a ChatGPT account and put all your reports in. But this potentially may be a way to help clarify this. Now, I will be very clear though to say that, like all things related to large language models, you're susceptible to the errors that they make. Okay, there's no guarantee that these will be accurate. There's no medical professional vetting these. And also, I think it's important to highlight the whole purpose of the talk was to discuss that the interpretation of these findings depend highly on your current clinical context, and this is not something that a large language model will have information to or have access to. Okay. So, but it is interesting how, this is sort of becoming more and more prevalent in our society, and certainly people have looked into this, and potentially, if there was something confusing about the report, this may be a way that you can try to look into, but again, does not replace the need to discuss with your referring clinicians in terms of what this actually means, okay? So the take-home point from this is that there are, we do have commercially available large language models now, and they potentially may be used to simplify radiology reports and conclusions. However, this should not be used to replace any discussions that you may have with your physicians, as we discussed above. Okay. That's it for me. I hope that makes sense. So that, I hope that from this talk, I was able to communicate to you that radiologists are specialist physicians who play an important role in oncology care. We have multiple types of imaging modalities available, but there's no single best one that's used for all cases. And most importantly, probably, is that the interpretation of these imaging findings are often not black and white, despite our images being black and white. We need to take into account that these in specific clinical scenario and context. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's take time for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Wang. That was super helpful. When you are looking at when you're talking about clinical history, do you only read what's written on the requisition, or are you expect to look up patient history and physician dictation and whatnot?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much for that question. The answer is that I can't say for everybody else, but we try to get as much information as we possibly can in order to answer the question of what the images are showing. Okay. And that may sometimes include looking up the patient's information within our chart. Okay. Now, I will say, perhaps I'll take this point to say that being a tertiary referral center, we get patients from all across the province and even all across the country. Okay, and sometimes a lot of information is not available to us because their care was provided elsewhere in the province, and also even elsewhere within the country or even in another country. So that actually information maybe sometimes be very helpful, particularly say if they had a prior surgery. So I guess to answer your question is that hopefully we get a good comprehensive information from the clinical indication, but if not, we do have the information available to us to look up, and we do often do that. Yeah.
I want to highlight that actually the onus is on us as clinicians, because when we request a CT scan or an MRI, the more detail we put into that request, of course, the better it is for the radiologists who have to read sometimes, 500 scans a day, to be able to give as much information, that little blurb, instead of just saying, follow up sarcoma. That's not helpful. But if I specify to say, I want to assess the response of this treatment compared to the last CT scan or compared to the CT scan from a year ago, then the more information I do write, I think is helpful. So I think it is very busy for sure for the radiology team. More questions? Anything online, Megan?
No, there's nothing online right now.
Okay.
Thanks. I was interested that 70 to 80% of patients like getting the reports. Have there ever been any studies to figure out how it's helpful to them? Information we might be able to provide?
From what I've seen, I think I mentioned it briefly on the points there. I think people enjoy having. I think it gives them a sense of ownership and empowers them to sort of find out more about their conditions when they have the information earlier. And I think perhaps a lot of it would depends on also the anxiety they feel of not knowing what the results are, right? And so they prefer to have it to know as soon as possible, because a lot of times patients don't like to live in that sort of gray zone about, oh, what are these results going to be this time, particularly if there is a 1-month embargo, say like in the province of Quebec, for example. So I think perhaps it's both, having information which empowers them to know more, but also avoiding the negative feelings of not knowing sometimes.
That's interesting what you're saying about for the patients, it reduces anxiety. Is there any evidence that shows it actually improves outcome or diagnosis for patients to receive it early?
I'm not totally sure with respect to improved outcomes. I guess the question I'll pose back to you is like, what are the outcomes in question? If the outcome is, patient satisfaction or improved patient, accuracy of diagnosis.
Like that would help the physician come up with a better diagnosis, because I don't know, I'm just curious if it.
Oh, yes. Okay. So I guess the clarification was, is there anything about improving or having patient access earlier to the information may help improve the diagnosis? As far as I'm aware, I don't think there is. but maybe I'll defer to Dr. Gupta.
Maybe you can be more specific. I'm not sure maybe what.
Yeah, like, is it good for physicians too? Like, does it help you guys, like, come up with better, like, what do you guys think about patients getting it early?
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
So
that's one way. I'm trying to, I didn't think my question was that confusing, but if there's anyone else who wants to articulate it from like the patient or caregiver perspective, what I'm trying to ask, like, I think that's awesome. 70% of people want to have it. I think like we also agree it's cool to have, but it's also, I'm just curious, is it a good thing? There is also some anxiety, I think, too, to getting this thing, going to Google, trying to figure out what the analysis is. I feel whatever is happening at Mount Sinai, whoever's writing those things, they do a bang up job. It's really, really great. But then sometimes you go to your appointments. You guys got the results, right? Yeah. And like, I don't know, like, it feels like it might be, I'm trying to figure out if really, is it that great? Is it good that we don't kind of have the results and the appointment at the same time?
So Dr. Dr. Glady is here. She's one of our,
So I
surgical
think it
oncologists.
was.
Please introduce yourself, Dr. Glady.
Okay, perfect. I'm Rebecca Glady. I'm a surgical oncologist at Mount Sinai and Princess Margaret. I think your comments are very germane. I think it depends on the patient. And as we walk through patient journeys, everybody experiences information and how we cope, like we nicely heard about, is variable. I can think of a patient who would page my residents on call to get her CAT scan results. And that wasn't a sustainable way to think about her cancer care. So we had to think about maybe you should get a same day scan. I'll look at your scan and tell you about anything significant so that we can mitigate your distress around getting medical information. So I don't think it's a one size fits all. And I think this is where that's the art of caring for patients. It definitely was a different experiment than I had anticipated. For most patients, I think they come to us understanding there's a problem and they've already started to grapple with it. What does that look like? They've often brought a support person to clinic with them if they know that they're going to get bad news. So I think it's an active conversation for all of us to think about how does this impact you? How can we help you better? And again, there's many different ways that the information's released. I can't highlight enough how important the imaging teams are that we have. They diagnose such rare tumors. They go through things in fine tooth detail. I don't know if you actually read 500 scans a day, but I'll tell you, they'll reread scans from across the country, and it's incredible the dedication that these imaging teams have. So I think that's something that I just like to really thank Dr. Wang and the teams, because it makes all the difference for us to decide, do we treat you, do we not? Do we reassure you, do we not? Because again, not knowing, and also from a clinician, not knowing exactly what to tell the patient is really a part of that uncertainty that can create distress. So thank you, Dr. Wang, for your talk.
So I will mention also that Dr. Glady does basic science research in sarcoma, and there are 3 members of her lab team here who are all graduate students, Anna, Julia, and Megan, and thank you so much for spending the day with us and volunteering your time as busy graduate students learning about sarcoma. Okay, we are going to have lunch, but everybody has 3 pieces of homework during lunch in addition to eating. So number 1, please do scan the QR codes and fill out the evaluations. And I would like everyone to fill out evaluations regardless of what color your badge is. These evaluations are very important because we want to know how we can make this symposium better next time. And also it's good feedback for the presenters to understand whether or not they spoke to you about the topics that you want to hear. The second homework is the bingo that's on your tables. So there will be a prize that we will announce before Fiona's talk. So please fill your bingo as much as possible and then hand in your sheets before Fiona's talk. And the third homework was the same as before in the morning, which is just to try and say hi to at least one new person today. Great. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy your lunch. Oh, okay. Maybe I can. Can one of the students come and collect the bingo cards? Can hold them up and then Ash, there's. Okay. Just wave up your bingo card and then somebody will come around to collect them. So now it gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Catherine Wiedek. She is a medical oncologist who did all her training in Ireland. She graduated medical school from a small city called Cork. I used to think there's only one city in Ireland, but there's probably more than one. Cork is another that I've learned. And now she's come to Toronto for a few years to learn more about sarcoma and actually also about young adults with sarcoma. So please welcome Dr. Wiedek, who's going to talk to us about kind of interpreting clinical trials and specific to sarcoma. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Gupta. So as Dr. Gupta said, Catherine is my name. I am one of the clinical fellows in sarcoma, and I work in Princess Margaret and also in Mount Sinai Hospital. So I'm going to chat with you about clinical trials in sarcoma, what's new, and we're going to look at the challenges, progress, and the future from here. So briefly, what are we going to talk about in this presentation? So first, what's difficult about doing a clinical trial in sarcoma, then the lessons that we've learned from the trials that we've done, and then what we can learn from those moving forward and what we've improved so far. So first, just a little bit of information about what a clinical trial is for those of you that don't know. So it's a type of research study where we as doctors find out whether a new treatment works better or the same as a treatment that we're already using, and that can be used in any medical setting for any disease. It doesn't have to just be cancer, and it doesn't have to just be a medicine or a chemotherapy. It could also be radiation or surgery, any type of treatment that we would use. It is voluntary, so if you're offered a clinical trial, it's up to yourself if you would like to take part in that trial, and if you do take part in it, you don't have to stay on it. You can come off the clinical trial at any point. And also your clinical team don't benefit from you being on a trial. Obviously, we gain information, which is great for the broader community, but your medical team, your doctors, your nurses don't get any money or anything like that from you enrolling on a clinical trial. So there's many different types of clinical trials, but there's 4 main types. So the first is phase 1. So a phase 1 trial is a very small trial. It includes approximately 30 people, and it's normally when the treatment is first used in humans. So in these, we look at the side effects, how the body takes the drug, and how your bloods react to the different medications. Then, if we find that the drug is safe to move on, it'll go to phase 2, where we have a bigger trial with approximately 100 patients, depending on the type of illness that we're looking at. And that will continue to look into the safety, but also the efficacy of that tablet or medication or treatment that we're using. And then from there, the medication or the treatment will move into phase 3. So a phase 3 is the big trial. It can have a couple of 100 to 1,000 patients. And normally it's where we compare the new treatment to a previous treatment that we know is the standard of care. And when I say standard of care, I mean it's the treatment that your doctor will recommend to you as the first line treatment that we would use for the cancer that you have. So normally with phase 3 trials, they're randomized controlled trials. So when I say randomized, it means that when you as the patient that come to the trial, you are normally randomized, so a random allocation to one arm or the other. The first arm is the intervention arm, and that's the arm where you could get the standard drug with the new drug together, or sometimes it's just the new drug. And then the other arm, which is the control arm, is the arm with the standard drug and a placebo. So that would be a sugar tablet that doesn't have any effect on your body, or it could just be the standard of care arm. So we're comparing the new treatment, to the old treatment. So then when we think about clinical trials, what are the pros of a clinical trial? So it's access to new treatments, and sometimes the new drug is being compared to a control arm, and that arm of the drug is sometimes a medication that we also don't have access to in Canada. So even if you don't end up on the arm that is being studied, you still could be getting access to a drug that you might have to pay thousands to get access to otherwise. It helps answers questions about your cancer for the larger cancer community. And also we find that people who get involved in clinical trials, no matter which arm they end up on, they do better than people who don't get involved in clinical trials. And then the cons of getting involved, there's a lot more time and travel involved in being in a clinical trial than receiving the standard treatment. And that's because you have regular blood checks, regular scans, just to make sure that you're getting on okay. There's uncertain results, and sometimes you could end up on that placebo arm, and that can be disappointing. So next, we're going to talk about why it's difficult to run a clinical trial in sarcoma. So I'm sure when you or your friend or family member were diagnosed with sarcoma, you were told it's a very rare cancer. So this is a graph, and you can see that the orange dot on the bottom corner, sorry for anyone who can't see, this is an annual, over a year, how many people were diagnosed with cancer. And that little orange spot is the people diagnosed with sarcoma. So you can see in comparison to all of the other types of cancer, that's very, very rare. And when we keep this small thing in mind, these are all the different types of sarcoma. So there's over 100 different types of sarcoma. So if you thought that you were rare already, now you have to find your color, which is even more rare. And we also have ultra rare sarcomas, which are the rare of the rare. So as you can imagine, it's very difficult to find people with the same sarcoma to put them into a clinical trial. So you need to pick your color and see what your color is on this. So because we have so many different types of sarcoma, some are not very well understood. But also these all can behave very differently. Sometimes you can have a sarcoma that is very aggressive, it grows very, very quickly, or you can have a sarcoma that's more indolent and it grows much slower. So they're not the same thing, and you can't compare them to be the same because they're not. And this is just a graph to illustrate that even though there's over 100 different types of sarcoma, in our heads, we like to split them into bone sarcomas that come from the bone and soft tissue. So that's your muscle, your skin, the connective tissue, everything else. So why is this difficult, and why do trials in sarcoma fail? So as you can remember, that pie chart that I showed with all of those different colors, when we first started to do clinical trials in sarcoma, they were all grouped together. So all of these cancers were being looked at in the same way with the same drug. So you could have had a subtype of sarcoma that responded to that treatment, but it was diluted by all of the different sarcomas that didn't. So the trial was felt to be negative. And also, as sarcoma is rare, there's very small numbers of sarcoma, so it makes it much difficult to recruit patients onto these clinical trials and to also get drug companies to fund the clinical trials because it's really hard to recruit patients to these trials. Also, there's no biomarkers, or there's not many biomarkers. And what do I mean by a biomarker? So that's like a molecular signature of a tumor. So it's a personalized signature of your tumor that can sometimes help us decide if a treatment will work for you or not. And another issue is that and we're going to talk about this a little bit more, is that sometimes only positive trials are published. Only the trials that we know work or have a good outcome and we have a new drug that we can use. Sometimes that was all that was published, not the trials that failed. And this led to repeating these trials and maybe not learning from the mistakes of the previous trials and what we could have done to have better improved the setup of that trial for the future. So what lessons have we learned from all of that? And I've alluded to some of this. So we need to have subtype specific trials. So we need to think of that pie chart, pick the colors on that pie chart that are the same or relatively similar, and try our new drugs in those parts of the pie chart rather than trying to treat everybody, because that's not how we answer a specific question. We need to think of cleverer trial designs in how we can find what drugs work for these rare sarcomas when we don't have many people that we can enroll onto them. And also clinical trial methodology. So what does that mean? That means how do we run the trials? How do we answer our questions? And how do we decide if we're running the trial well or not? So this is an example of a subtype specific trial. It's called the LMS-04. And this was a phase 3 trial, as we spoke of. It's a big trial it had, I think, 300 or 400 patients on it. It looked at doxorubicin. So doxorubicin is a chemotherapy, and that's your standard of care, which is recommended to everybody. And it was compared to doxorubicin with trabectedin. So trabectedin is another chemotherapy. So we're comparing one chemotherapy to 2 chemotherapies. And this was given to patients for their first treatment, so that's first line, with those with metastatic or unresectable leiomyosarcoma. And unresectable means that you can't have a surgery. It's not safe to remove that tumor. So this was the first trial that demonstrated an overall survival benefit in a combination regimen in LMS. So what does that mean? So it's the first clinical trial that shows that patients can live longer when they receive 2 chemotherapies compared to 1 with this subtype of sarcoma. And the way that we look at this is when you'll see that this graph here on the side, this is what a lot of, if you ever look at a research paper of a trial from a paper and from a research journal, this is the graph that you will see. This is called a Kaplan-Meier curve. And we can tell from the difference in the space between the red line and the blue line that the people on the red line, which was the 2 chemotherapies, did better. So this was groundbreaking because this was the first trial that showed that 2 together work. And they had tried to do trials like this before, but we didn't get the answer because of everybody was being grouped together. So next, we think about clever clinical trial design. So this is called a basket trial. So you can see the different colors represent different types of cancer. So there's lung cancer, colorectal cancer, breast cancer. There's not a sarcoma cancer, but that's covered in the various rare cancers by the kind of burgundy color at the bottom. So you can see that some of these people have little white dots on them. So that's the biomarker or that molecular signature that we spoke about, that even though all of these patients don't have the same type of cancer, they have the same biomarker or the same molecular signature. So we group all of these people with the same biomarker together into a basket trial, and then we give them the drug that we know will, well, we don't know, we're hoping, will work against this target or work against this biomarker. And this is a clever way of us being able to include people with rarer cancers and try get answers from them, even if we're not going to be able to do a trial of just them by themselves. And I have some examples of how that's worked for other trials, and I'll talk to you about those in a few slides. And then another type of clever trial is an umbrella trial. So A is a basket trial, as we've spoken about, and B is an umbrella trial. So in an umbrella trial, we have different types of cancers, but we also have different types of biomarkers, so different types of molecular signatures. So in a basket trial, we're looking at one drug for one biomarker. In an umbrella trial, we're looking at multiple different drugs and for multiple different biomarkers. So it's another way of, again, getting access to these drugs and testing these drugs in patients with rarer tumors. So next, clinical trial methodology. So this is, what is it? It's how we run the trial. Are we asking the right questions? Are we using the right measurement of outcome to tell us that this drug works or it doesn't? And are we publishing our results? So myself and some of my colleagues have done some projects on that. So I'm just going to give you some information about what we have found so far. So the first is endpoint. So you can ask, what's an endpoint? So our endpoint is the question that we're looking to answer. Does this work? And that's the answer or the question that's set at the start of a clinical trial. And in cancer, the most popular or the gold standard that as we would call it, of an endpoint for a trial is called overall survival. And that means, does the patient that has received this 2 chemotherapies, for example, the experimental arm, do they live longer than the patients that do not? Okay. And because you're looking at survival, it takes a long time to get an answer to that question. And it takes a lot of people as well, because with statistics, they have to be powered to answer that question. So sometimes, I'm just going to move on. So the blue is your overall survival. It's where you're trying to get to. And the pink is the treatment. And sometimes, because it takes so long, we look for an answer in the middle that we feel represents overall survival. So we would think of a smaller time question, such as, do people who receive this investigational drug, do they stay on that drug, or does their cancer not come back or start growing for a longer time period compared to the people that are receiving the standard treatment? Or does their cancer get smaller on the investigational treatment compared to the standard treatment? I don't know if that makes sense, but that's the way we look at it. It's called a surrogate endpoint. It's something that we feel represents overall survival without having to take all the time to get there. And for cancers like breast cancer or pancreatic cancer, we feel that these surrogate endpoints do reflect overall survival. However, for sarcoma, we haven't been able to find that yet. So we need to work more in how we manage these trials in sarcoma to make sure that we're answering the right questions to get the right answers. And also my colleagues, Dr. William Sanchez and Dr. Lopez, did this study looking at publication bias to see, are we publishing all of the trials in sarcoma, whether they're positive or they're negative? So they looked at trials over a 10-year period, and they found 347 trials had been performed worldwide between this 10-year period. These are mainly phase 2 trials, so you'll remember that's the trial in the middle with the around 100 patients. And only 70% of these trials had their results published, and only 64% of these were published within a 5-year time frame. So we really need to work on publishing all of our trials to make sure that we can learn more about these trials and to see how we can improve our methodologies going forward. They also created this map which shows where the clinical trials are and how you can access them. And you can see that if you're from a higher income country, such as North America or Europe or Australia, there's much more trials available to you than if you are in a lower middle income country. So we also, as a community, it's our responsibility to make sure that these treatments are available to everybody. So next, how have we improved? Have we learned anything from these things, and what are we getting better at doing? So, as I said, doxorubicin, it's the main drug that we use in sarcoma. Sometimes by itself, or sometimes in combination with other treatments. But chemotherapy has its limitations. It's not targeted. It goes into your body normally through a line or a port, and it goes everywhere, and it affects all of the cells. And that's why people get so many different side effects from chemotherapy. There are targeted agents. These are normally tablet medications, but sometimes they can also be in IV form. And they sometimes will target the biomarker or the molecular signature that I was talking about, or mutations that tumors and cancers have. And they're like turning the key off in a car. They turn that key off to stop the driver of the tumor. The most common example of this in sarcoma is imatinib, which is used for GIST. But unfortunately, the effects of imatinib didn't spill over into all of the other colors of that pie chart. So we're working on getting more targeted agents, and we are doing that. So these are some examples of targeted agents that have been found to work in very, very rare, ultra rare sarcomas. And that's from these basket trials and umbrella trials that we've used so far. So there's, for example, nab-sirolimus, which is an mTOR inhibitor that works in PCOMA, temazostat for epithelioid sarcoma, nirogacestat for a desmoid tumor, although a desmoid tumor is not a cancer, it's a benign tumor. And the same with a giant cell tumor. So these are the outcomes of those very clever design trials that we really need to think more of in sarcoma. We also have immunotherapy. So immunotherapy is most often given through an IV or a port in the arm, and there are more clever combinations of tablets coming down the road in clinical trials at the moment. But how immunotherapy works is that it turns your own immune system on in your body to fight the cancer. It's not useful in all types of sarcoma, if not the majority of sarcomas, it does not work in. But there are some specific types of sarcoma that has been proven to work in, such as alveolar soft part sarcoma and angiosarcoma, more specifically of the skin or the scalp. But with a recent trial called the SARC-03, which was run by one of the radiation oncologists that work in Princess Margaret, his name is David Kirsch, he has found that combining it with radiotherapy in the neoadjuvant, so neoadjuvant is before surgery, so somebody who is going for surgery, they get radiotherapy with immunotherapy before surgery, they have their surgery, and then adjuvantly, which is after the surgery, they continue on the immunotherapy for a year. They found that this was very effective for undifferentiated pleomorphic sarcoma. And you may ask how it was effective. It reduced the risk of the cancer coming back in the future, and also reduced the time point from when somebody's cancer came back. It gave longer time. And this is the first time that immunotherapy has been shown to work in this neoadjuvant adjuvant setting. And that's because we've been more specific and only treating the same type of tumor, the same subtype of one of those colors of that big pie chart that I showed at the start. So in conclusion, what do we want you to take home from this presentation? So we really need to shift to subtype specific clinical trials. So we need to pick a color from the pie chart and think about how we can treat that color or the similar colors that are the same, rather than trying to treat all of the colors. We need to personalize medicine in sarcoma. We need to focus on finding a biomarker so that we can treat the right tumor in the right patient at the right time with the right medication. And we need to improve our outcomes and ask clearer questions so that we can have clearer answers for you and your family and friends. And I think the thing that I would also like you to take home from today is that there are websites where you can look at clinical trials and what's available. And sometimes those aren't updated. So really the best thing for you to do would be to ask your doctor that's looking after you, is there any clinical trials that are available to me? Is there anything that I would benefit from taking part in? But you also need to remember, what color are you in this pie chart? There might be lots of clinical trials, but there might not be a clinical trial for your color. So that's just something to bear in mind. So thank you, and if you have any questions.
Any questions?
I'm just phrasing this in my head as I go. So obviously, the other partner in this who's not in this room are the pharmaceuticals. When it comes to ultra rare and rare disease, how does that work? For example, specifically, I'm thinking of at least 2 or 3 TEAD inhibitor trials that got up and then were all canceled at in phase 1 and phase 2, yet there are cancers, ultra rare, who were showing progress. how do we, especially as ultra rare cancers, get past or move along with that notion of science and research and finding answers and, oh, yeah, you're not commercially viable, sorry, go back to dying? That was a little more crass than I meant, but you got the idea.
I know what you're saying. I think that's a very good question and probably a very difficult answer to give. I think that it's about partnership and trying to partner with the pharmaceutical companies to try get the best available options and to continue with these treatments for patients. I suppose the other thing that we need to start looking at is investigator-initiated trials and trying to run these trials ourselves, but it is difficult because we need to, again, have the funding, but also the access to the drug to do these trials. And as you said, with the TEAD inhibitors, that's not really something we can do in an investigator-initiated trial because we need the drug from the drug company. I think we need to think more and better about the like clever clinical trial design and try to encourage these basket trials that we can take part in to get these answers and to get access to these drugs, and also demonstrate how effective they can be, even though it is only for a small cohort of the population, but to really reach out and to advocate on behalf of the sarcoma community to get access to these drugs and to continue these trials.
Hello. So, with sarcoma being I guess, a rare disease, right? So making personalized medicine much more important. What are the initiatives that are being done right now to kind of leverage that technology? Like, so for example, are patients routinely being sequenced? Like, are there tumor samples being sequenced so that we can get a little bit more insight on their molecular characteristics?
So that's a good question and maybe a controversial question in some ways. But I think that, so for some sarcomas, we know what's the fusion or what's the genomic alterations that's driving these, for like Ewing sarcoma, synovial sarcoma, lots of the other sarcomas, we know what's driving them. So is there not a point, do we need to sequence all these tumors? No. Is there tumors that are being sequenced? Yes. Say for example, for GIST, we know that there's 3 different or 4 different types of exon mutations that will respond differently to tumors. So we go looking for those to see what's the best treatment to treat the tumor that somebody has. And for some cancers, we do NGS if we feel that it's required, but it's not done for everybody. But there is trials even in Princess Margaret and Mount Sinai at the moment where we are doing liquid biopsies on patients to see about their fusions depending on the setting that they're in and to see how these signatures increase or decrease throughout their treatment journey. Does that answer your question?
Quick question about how long does it take after a clinical trial, after phase 4, to become standard care?
So phase 4 is actually after it becomes standard of care. So phase 4 is like post monitoring for any long-term side effects that might only appear after somebody's been on the drug for 4 or 5 years. So in the States, if say ASCO, so ASCO is the big American conference for oncology where you would present the groundbreaking results. When those are presented, sometimes the drug company already has the drug going through the FDA, which is the authority or the agency that sign off on the use of these drugs. So sometimes even, I think within a week, aren't they, after ASCO? Yeah, in the States, you can have access to these drugs. But that's the States, and that's very different. So here in Canada and the same in Ireland, they have to go through the different agencies to get approved, and that can take months to years, and then the government has to decide to fund them. So it's different outside of the United States, but they do it within a week to 2 weeks. But then sometimes that's not always a good thing because there has been trials in sarcoma that they did that after phase 2 results. It was odetumumab, isn't it? And then after they did the phase 3 trial, it didn't work and they had to take back their agency for giving it. So sometimes quickly is not always good either.
Any other questions for Dr. Wiedek? Anything online? Okay.
No, there's nothing online.
Okay. I will just say that unfortunately in Canada, there are no approved drugs for sarcoma, just because of our single payer healthcare system in part. So we are still proud to be Canadian. We are not going to become the 51st state. And so the limitation there is that we will, from a drug access perspective, it is limiting. But thank you so much to Dr. Wiedek. So please remember to fill out your evaluations. It's that blue QR code on your table. Just scan it, and then you'll see individual evaluations for every single presenter from today. And this drug question is a good segue actually to our next speaker, Dr. Nguyen. So, you know, in the cancer world, we, the physicians that face you as the patients and families, are only one small team member. You've already heard from multiple other team members, and now you'll hear from Mintu. You can come on up. So Mintu is a pharmacist, and similar to radiology, Mintu first did her undergraduate degree in science and then studied pharmacy and is a doctor in pharmacy. She is responsible for making sure that everything that the physician orders is actually correct. We rely so much on pharmacy at the Princess Margaret, and all the oncologists at their cancer hospitals also rely on pharmacy for drug interactions, dosing, just double checking everything, and actually giving input into suggestions for supportive care medications very often. She also did used to work in the community and private practice, but she has asked not to take any questions on Ozempic because she is no longer in that field anymore. But I welcome Mintu to give our next talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I think I can ask you to fill out my bingo card for being taller. I looked over and I was like, are you on a platform? My goodness. All right, thank you. Okay. Is my presentation queued up after this one? Let me. Oh, perfect, thank you. Okay, so here we go. So this was actually a really well-planned day because my presentation follows a lot of what Dr. Wiedek said. So I will talk to you about the most boring part of medicine. It's medication access and reimbursement. And it is going to be the least exciting and it will be the least exciting talk of the day, but it will be hopefully helpful or practical to some of you. You may either find this beneficial to access programs you didn't know of before, or I'm still tiptoeing actually, or it might just give you answers about how your medications are funded, where it comes from. Just to ask a quick question, who here thinks that, or who here has free medications, either prescriptions or cancer treatment? Has anyone received medication or cancer treatment without paying? Yeah. Okay, so where does that come from? That's going to be a big part of this talk. I saw only a couple of hands, but I can say that for most of the cancer treatment, this is very humbling. A lot of the cancer treatment or even medication coverage is going to be coming from different programs, and they're all very separate and distinct, and that's why it's important to understand how we go about them and navigate the system. So today we'll just talk about the approval process, drug scheduling, i.e. how we categorize them in order to determine whether you can buy it off the counter, if you have to get a prescription, and so on. Funding, which is always a fun one. Insurance and prescription costs. So, oh, the top of it's a little cut off. So this is kind of the roadmap, a really oversimplified process for how medication starts from a lab and then ends up available for sale in Canada. So initially it can start with a molecule that was either discovered or something that was purposely isolated. So initially a molecule or compound or something can be identified as something of interest. And then once that process is started, they'll start testing it on maybe animals and that kind of thing. And if there's enough evidence from that to think that there could be potential use in humans, we would proceed with asking for clinical trials. So usually as a drug company or sometimes another sponsor, could be maybe a university or some private system, they will apply in Canada. They would apply to Health Canada for authorization so that they are allowed to test it in a clinical trial. And I don't have to explain what a clinical trial is, but as Dr. Wieding stated, there's 3 different phases before marketing. And it's really important to highlight that a lot of them do not make it through all of the phases. So it's, they initially started with very, very simplified, tiny dosing, very intense blood work. And then as the safety data starts rolling in, we can verify that, you know, it is tolerable. We find that it is okay in humans. We get a better idea of what the side effects are in humans compared to what our initial hypotheses are. We advance to phase 2 trials and phase 3 trials, but a lot of medications do not make it through all 3 phases. And this process can cost, on average, over $2 billion to develop a medication. This is why the R&D is really crucial for these, because it's very hard to get a medication all the way to the endpoint. And then beyond that, they have to, if we have promising data, we find after phase 3 that something is beneficial, whatever the primary outcome was, it either increases survival, prolongs progression, that kind of thing. Once there is enough data that shows that this would benefit people, then the sponsor can make a submission to Health Canada, and it's called a new drug submission. Health Canada will review it. I think one of the questions earlier was how long does it take for this process? Usually it takes at least a couple of years to go through all of these stages. For the Health Canada approval, I believe on their website I saw they had a target of 300 calendar days, if I remember correctly, of reviewing a new submission. But then there are some exceptions where they realize that something needs more urgent access to the market. For example, the COVID-19 vaccines. They had kind of like a skip the line kind of access to speed it up so that we didn't have to wait a whole year. And this is part of the reason why some of the medications cost a lot when they are first brought onto the market, because they're brand name. So drug companies such as Pfizer, AstraZeneca, they would have spent so much money first developing and testing all of it. And they're also trying to recoup the loss of all the other meds that failed, because the majority of these medications won't make it all the way. But I guess that can be kind of reassuring that whatever you are being given, we have gotten sufficient data to prove that it does work and it is safe. So I won't go over what phases are again. Once a medication is approved in Canada, Health Canada then determines whether or not it's prescription or not. And if it is determined prescription, then that's just a legal requirement throughout all of Canada. It means everybody who gets that medication needs to have a prescription. And then anything else that they deem not on that list, that means every province can basically follow a different categorization. And these are the scheduled, Schedule 2, 3, and unscheduled medications, which are defined by NAPRA. So I have a more visual layout of this here. So Schedule 1 is basically just anything prescription. Anything else, you might have seen there's things behind the counter at your pharmacy, like Sudafed or something. Technically, you don't need a prescription to buy those, but some things you have to have more pharmacist intervention to be allowed to buy that medication. There's some medications you can buy in a gas station, other ones you can only buy with in the pharmacy, but it's going to be an aisle conveniently close to the pharmacist. Sometimes those aisles are closed for the night if the pharmacy section of the store is closed. So that's what differentiates these medications. They're Schedule 2 if they're behind the counter, meaning that a pharmacist must intervene. So you have to go approach the pharmacy and ask them for something like pseudoephedrine. It's because it's safe enough that you don't need a prescription, but still has enough harm or risk that you need a pharmacist to review them with you to make sure, say, your blood pressure isn't too high to be able to take pseudoephedrine. They're going to screen you to see if you're going to try to make meth with it, that kind of thing. There's Schedule 3, which is over the counter, and those are the things you can buy off the shelf. So Tums, Tylenol, regular strength, and extra strength Advil. Those are Schedule 3. Advil actually, or ibuprofen actually has a higher strength, 600 milligram and more, that are prescription only. So those would be categorized separately. And then unscheduled are the ones that you can buy anywhere. So these are set by NAPRA. And these are you can technically look this up if you are ever wondering. All provinces in Canada, and territories, I guess, generally follow the NDS, or National Drug Scheduling, set by NAPRA. The only exception is Quebec. So funding, okay, this is my least favorite topic, but it's very important because as your pharmacist, either in community or in hospital, because we're generally the ones dispensing the medications, we have to know where the funding is coming from. And that means we're the ones bothering the doctors often because we have to clarify certain things to make sure you're eligible. And if something is not eligible, please don't get mad at us. We're just following the rules. So I realize this is Canadian Sarcoma Symposium, but healthcare is very provincial, especially with most of the funding. So keep that in mind when you're voting in the next elections. It's not Trudeau's fault, at least not the prescription costs. So a lot of people will get public funding, and by public in Ontario, that's generally ODB, or Ontario Drug Benefit. And ODB is comprised of a lot of different programs, but they are all actually under one umbrella. So they're all one list of drugs that are funded, and anyone on any of those programs can get the same prescriptions, but they are run separately. So for public health prescription funding in Ontario, there's the seniors plan. It's automatic. There's OHIP Plus, which is relatively recent, and that's for anybody under the age of 25 who doesn't have private insurance through their job or parents or anything. There's Trillium Drug Program, and I'm just going to spend a little more time explaining this one because this is one that is not automatic, and this is one that some people can benefit through applying for if you don't know about it. So regardless of your income, if you feel like you have too many prescription costs, say you are on Ozempic, for example, if you don't have private insurance and the cost of your medication is more than 4% of your after-tax income, you are eligible to apply for this program. And so if your prescription costs, for example, 6% of your annual income, then ODB can pay for some of those medication costs to alleviate it of you, because like that's their cutoff, is that more than 4% of your income is unreasonable for a person to pay. There's also ODB funding through Ontario Works, ODSP, and long-term care homes. Private insurance is usually through the employer, or you can maybe purchase a plan. And then for anyone who doesn't qualify for any of these, then there's payment out of pocket. So for prescription cost, just broke down an example of how your medications are priced, because you might buy a Ventolin inhaler for $6, or I guess like $15, and then you might get a prescription for, I guess, Ozempic, which can be hundreds of dollars. And it's not completely random. So there's different components, and most of this is kind of out of our control. So there's the acquisition cost, which is how much the pharmacy pays to buy the medication. So some drugs like Ventolin, the blue puffer, everyone knows that. Well, a lot of people know what I'm talking about. That has been around forever. There's a lot of generics available. It's $5. So we want to buy that from the wholesalers, from the distributors. It's $5. So that's a portion of the prescription cost. And then there's a markup, and that's where that's a tiny bit of where we can get some revenue for the pharmacy. So this part is pharmacy specific, and it can vary significantly. So it can be sometimes 8%, sometimes 20%. It really varies, and I can't explain how that works because it just depends on who owns the store. And then there's the dispensing fee, and this part is also set by the pharmacy, so it can vary. You can go to 2 neighboring pharmacies and have 2 dispensing fees. They have to display it on a sign. So if if you're on a tight budget and you're paying out of pocket, you can look at that sign and get a sense of which pharmacy will cost you a little more and which one's less. But I think on average, I see a lot of $13.99 dispensing fees in Toronto. So I'm just using that for my example here. The markup and dispensing fees are basically the only ways the pharmacy makes money. We don't get, if we're buying a prescription that's hundreds of dollars, that hundreds of dollars is mostly going back to the cost of the medication. And so the markup and dispensing fee, while it sounds pretty unfair to charge for more than just the medication, that's basically how you pay for the pharmacist, the technicians, the store, the bags, the bottles, all of that. And as you can see, that cost is pretty small compared to the cost of some of the medications, and they tend to be pretty fixed so that they can try to recoup like that money to keep the store running. So one of my practical tips here, look for stores with lower dispensing fees. Some pharmacists will try to waive more of the markup for you if you explain your situation. And some common questions is, why is your medication not covered if you have insurance? This happens a lot with ODB patients. They'll say, I have insurance. Why is my medication not covered? Why do I have to pay for this one but not this one? And the answer is insurance companies will have a formulary. So they have basically a list of established drugs that they will pay for most of the time, no question. And if your medication is not on that list, then it's not eligible. And something you can actually do is you can look it up. So if you're talking to your doctor about a medication and it's, say, maybe a brand new one and we're not sure if it's covered yet, you can look it up online. So for Ontario Drug Benefit, there's a website. I like to share this with the prescribers because it's not really a fun website to navigate. But if you know how to use it, then you can search up something before going all the way to the pharmacy, finding out it's not covered. And for anyone who doesn't have Ontario Drug Benefit, you can also check if you have private insurance. A lot of insurance companies will have apps or websites that you can log into now. So if you want to look up your claims or check something, you can type in medication. So I'm just going to use Ozempic again because everyone knows that one. You can type it into your insurance app, and they'll tell you whether or not it's eligible for reimbursement. That way you can kind of save the hassle of getting prescription, getting it denied, going back and forth between the doctor and the pharmacy. Another thing that is commonly asked is, why do you have to pay even if it is covered? So if your prescription was $100 and you're getting asked to pay $20, why? Why didn't they just pay for all of it? There's something called a deductible, which is, well, I'm sorry, I'm actually going boring myself right now. So deductible is, well, nobody likes it. So a deductible is a portion you pay towards your insurance before it's covered. So with the Ontario Drug Benefit Program, every year on August 1st, your deductible restarts. So every year, anyone who's on the seniors plan has to start paying towards their insurance again, and that can take days, weeks, or months, depending on how much your prescriptions cost and how often you're getting them before you reach your deductible. Once you finish paying that total sum for the deductible, then your ODB coverage will kick in for the rest of your prescriptions as long as they're eligible. There's also a copay, which is separate from a deductible. And this is the part of the claim that is a fixed amount you might have to pay for each prescription. Every insurance company will have a slightly different plan. So for Ontario Drug Benefit, the common copay for seniors is $6.11 per prescription. Doesn't matter if your prescription costs $10 or $2,000, you pay $6.11 if you're a senior. And that's just a portion that they felt is reasonable for someone to pay to get part of that plan. For other plans, if you have a private one, they might say, we will pay maximum $11 out of a dispensing fee, and whatever's different is what the difference is your copay. And then the last option for insurance payments that you might have to encounter is a co-insurance, which is if your insurance covers a percentage of the claim and you pay the difference. So for example, if you have massage therapy claims or something, a lot of people might have this where it pays like 80% and then you pay 20% difference. The same applies to your medication. So this part can vary, again, depending on the cost of your medication. And I'm so sorry I had to explain that bureaucracy to you. But it is important to know because they're common questions and it's not random. There are rules and reasons for all of this, and it is our job to understand them. For those of you who are wondering how to apply for ODB, if you are curious about the Trillium Drug Benefit Plan, you can look online and fill out an application. Some of the other ones are automatic. So OHIP Plus and the Seniors Plan, they start as long as you provide your OHIP card, then you're eligible. This is a breakdown of, the payments of the different ODB plans. Again, this will be different. Like, I'm not sure what BC does for their prescription plans at all. But in Ontario, for seniors, it's a $100 deductible. If you have 20 prescriptions, you will meet that deductible very quickly. Your copay would be $611, and then if anyone here is a senior who feels that they cannot afford that, if your income is actually below a certain threshold, you can apply to waive that. So there is a seniors co-payment program to waive the deductible altogether and also reduce your copay by $2. For OHIP Plus, there's no deductible, no copay. And that one you cannot coordinate with any other insurance plan. So if you are 23, you are eligible for OHIP Plus. But if you have a job that gives you private insurance, then you're not eligible for OHIP Plus. Trillium, the deductible also exists, but it's a little different. There's a typo. It should be 4% of your annual income after taxes divided into quarters. So basically, you're still paying 4% of your annual income towards your medication, but because you're applying to the program, it's probably because your costs exceed 4% of your income. So then after you meet that deductible, then the rest of your medications will be covered. And that one has a copay of $2. And with Ontario Works and ODSP coverage, there's no deductible and the copay is also $2. But for all of these plans, with the copay, a lot of pharmacies in Ontario will waive $2 off. So seniors who do pay $611, Trillium and Ontario Works and ODSP, a lot of pharmacies will waive $2, so you don't pay at all. Or you pay $411 if you're considered a high income senior. Okay, so for cancer funding treatment, it is a little different. Again, we have public, private, and then anything else. With cancer, it's a little different because this is all done not as a prescription, but as medication orders in the hospital usually. So often this is referring to IV or injection treatments. A lot of it is funded through Cancer Care Ontario in Ontario, obviously. So most of the eligible treatment, if there's enough data, it's authorized and everything, Cancer Care Ontario will approve the regimen. And there's a new drug funding program that pays for the newly developed drugs. So it's the very exciting immunotherapies and other things that came out within the last 5 or 10 years, they're funded through this program if you're eligible. There's the STQBP program, which is quality-based procedures, which are just basically older treatments, not as expensive, just a different category. Patients who are in Ontario but don't have OHIP, if you have interim federal health plan or you're non-OHIP because you live in another province, there's other programs available. So these are all public funding. For patients who are either not eligible for public funding because you don't have OHIP or maybe the medication is not, it's not yet approved through CCO. If it's a drug that was actually allowed to be on the market as of like a week ago, CCO will take a lot longer than Health Canada to approve it on their funding. Health Canada allows the drug to be sold in Canada, but reimbursement's a different step. So if something is not yet publicly funded because Cancer Care Ontario still needs time to decide whether or not it's cost effective for them to pay, then a lot of drug companies will have a compassionate program, which is a patient assistance program. And that will be for medications that they've just released that are very expensive because they're brand new. And they want people to have access to it because they've just finished all the studies, all of the authorizations, and they know it works. They know there's some people who will want and need those medications. So their doctors can apply through compassionate programs, and you basically get the drugs sent to the hospital for free. For some rare cases, if something's not even yet actually authorized in Canada, then we can get a special access program, which will grant a patient-specific approval to use that medication. And again, that's free. And then if we have anything that's not publicly funded and not eligible through any of the other programs, then the other options for cancer treatment funding are insurance, private insurance through your employer, for example, or paying out of pocket. Fortunately, I think with Princess Margaret, we don't see as many in the private pay category, which feels nice, I guess. And then I'll just go over some quick tips for trying to reduce your costs, because I think that's probably what you want to take away from this talk. There's a big difference between brand name and generic drugs, and it's not whether or not they work. It's literally just who makes it. So if it's a brand name Viagra, I think it was Pfizer that made it, costs more because they spent all the money to develop it. So remember that roadmap to getting it on the market, $1 or $2 billion. Then they spent a lot of money to market it. That's why everyone knows the name. So to get all that money back and to make a profit, they're going to sell it for a lot more until their patent expires. Then once their patent expires, then any drug company can make the same product. You can use the same active ingredient, sildenafil, and just sell it under your company, but it won't be called Viagra. So any other company can make that product for much cheaper, but it's the same drug, just different package, different name. So if you are trying to shop for medication on a budget, just choose the generic product. That's what all of us pharmacists do. I never buy brand name Advil unless it's on sale because I can get the same thing for less. Like allergy medication too, Benadryl is a very common big no name for allergies, right? But Benadryl has been generic for a long time too. It's also an ingredient used in a lot of sleep aids. So sometimes I've shopped around, and when I was trying to buy allergy medication, I looked for the Sleep Easy products, and then I looked for the generic ones beside that, because it was the same product, still diphenhydramine, but it costs like 20 cents per tablet instead of $1 per tablet if I bought the brand name Benadryl. So just trying to be savvy, looking at the active ingredients and then just choosing accordingly. If you have prescriptions, because there's a dispensing fee fixed for each prescription, if you have something long-term, like for blood pressure, diabetes, if you're stable and you have a long enough or big enough prescription, ask for a 3-month supply. That way you don't have to go back every month, and you only pay 1 dispensing fee rather than 3, assuming you don't anticipate any dose changes. For safety, my tip to you, because I have to give this to you as a pharmacist or else I wouldn't be a good pharmacist, fill all of your prescriptions at one pharmacy, because your pharmacists want to know who you are. And if you're filling your prescriptions all over the place, they can't treat you as well, or they can't review you as well, because they don't know that you've got Viagra over here and then your nitroglycerin spray over here. So if you've got that, then they can't adequately warn you of your drug interactions or health concerns. And if you have a lot of medications, or if you've got many chronic ones or you're diabetic, you can ask for a medication review. So it's basically an appointment where you sit down with your pharmacist once a year, which is, yeah, the minimum. Once a year, you can sit down with them and ask them to go over all of your medications with you. And doing so, they can find more drug interactions. They might even find medications that they want to stop for you. So if you feel like you have too many, you can sit down with them and say, like, do I still need to take the stomach protectant? And sometimes the answer is no, I don't know why you still have that prescription. But if you're just going to pick up your same prescription every month or every 3 months, you don't get to have that much of a face time. Whereas if you ask for a medication review, we can go over everything with you and then give you an up-to-date list and answer any questions. And lastly, if you want to buy anything off the shelf, so if you want to take my tip of buying like the sleep version of the Benadryl because it's cheaper, just ask your pharmacist so then they can help you make sure that you're grabbing the right product. The drug name for Benadryl is very annoyingly similar to the drug name for Gravol, which is dimenhydrinate. So it's really easy to mix those two up. So just ask if you're unsure, because I would rather, well, I don't work in community anymore, but if I still were, I would much rather you ask me before you buy it than buy a bunch of the wrong ones and then call me asking about side effects for something you shouldn't have been taking in the first place. And also, if if you don't want to take medication or you don't need to take medication and you're just trying to buy natural supplements, vitamins, St. John's wort, there's a lot of drug interactions even with those. I named St. John's wort because it's okay if you have nothing else, but if you've got a lot of medications, it can interact. So even things that are natural can still cause good things and bad things in your body, just like a lot of medications are derived from natural things originally, like morphine and stuff. Those all had natural origins, but we all know that that doesn't mean that you can just take them all and feel no consequences. And that is my spiel, that medications.
Mintu kept almost complaining during her own talk about how bored she was, but I will say that I was not bored, and thank you so much for all of this very helpful information. Any questions? Questions, comments? I think I will just add that, so just to highlight, all the IV chemotherapy that is dispensed within the hospital is covered by the provincial government, covered by our taxes, and whatever the provincial budget allocates to health. And then that gets divided up into, you can imagine, all of the different pieces of the pie, and a small percentage of that is our IV chemotherapy medications. But all of the other supportive care medications, we do rely so much on the pharmacist's knowledge of coverage in order to help all of you with this process. Thank you so much. Okay, so wave your bingo cards in the air so the students can come and pick them up with your names on them, and we'll collect them at the front. I saw one bingo card over here. You handed it in? Okay. Great. So Ash, you can double check, yep, who's won, and Fiona's is over here. So please fill out your evaluations. So Fiona Ross is our, I'm not sure of a say final speaker, but closing speaker of the day. Fiona is one of my patients, but I think the identity of a patient should not be one's identity, right? We say the word patient, but really person, human, individual. So Fiona is an individual who's a librarian, she's a teacher, and yes, she happens to have sarcoma. But she's also an advocate. And she, I think, wants a business card that says, I ask too many questions and I email my doctors all the time. But something like that. But she says that that's too long to put on a business card. But she's going to come and talk to you about how you can advocate for yourself, and how, as this family that we have here, our sarcoma family, that we can help each other advocate for us. So thank you so much, Fiona, for coming and sharing your knowledge with us today.
Will it magically appear? Please? Do I just press? Yeah. There. And what do I just press to continue? Sorry. There, okay. All right, so there we go. Hello, thank you so much for allowing me to talk. I hope that I can help in some way. As I reflected on this a few nights ago, as I was panicking, one of the things is that so much of this would appear to be opinion, and so much of this would appear to be temperament driven. And those things are both very true. However, well, I'll get to that story later. So this is me. I hate when you go to PD and people are like, they read the PowerPoints to you. I am very convinced everybody in this room is literate, so this is me. I guess there's two little things to add. It's Edinburgh, people. It's not Berg. So it's Edinburgh. That's the first thing. And the other thing, I think, when I was diagnosed, my littlest was 10. And it was really hard. I'm even going to choke up now. And when I went through this and I went through everything I read about EHE, I said, I want to see my youngest graduate from high school. And so I wanted to share with you that as of this Monday, she was accepted to every university program she applied to and is on track to graduate from high school. And let me tell you, it was not a foregone conclusion with that one. So my medical history, you probably don't want to come up to me and talk to me. I've seriously got the worst luck in the world. So I had a major car accident at 22 years old. I lost this side of my face. I have a fake eye. I have a lot of really good one eye jokes. And I'd use them in classrooms because I remember once a kid was looking at me and I'm like, don't roll your eyes at me. I could take mine out and roll it right back. And the kid's like, okay. So I have a very dark sense of humor as a result of life. I lost 3 babies in the second trimester, and you can see the dates there. And the interesting thing of note there is that that is the trimester you are not supposed to lose babies. But I did it 3 times. And then 7 weeks after my 50th birthday, I was diagnosed with epithelioid hemangioendothelioma, which statistically puts me at about 1 in a million. Being 1 in a million is not the compliment you might think it is. So, what lessons have I learned from all this? Don't live my life. In my car accident, I was a young teacher. I had literally just graduated from the Faculty of Education. The doctors looked at me and they said to me, you will never go back to a classroom. You will never teach again. Your face is too bad. And I believed them until I didn't. Because I woke up and I went back and I volunteered in classrooms and I went back and did another degree and I'm like, nope, you are wrong. So even the best intentioned doctors can be wrong because they cannot quantify a brain, a heart, and a spirit. Midwifery care model. So years ago, and it's not like any of the doctors in this room, but years ago, medicine was a very paternalistic and very patronizing model. It was. It was a bunch of generally old white men telling you what was wrong with you, what you needed to do, and you just needed to sit down, shut up, and do it. Anybody who knows me knows that is really not the model for me. So when I went into midwifery care for my children, and they have the model of informed consent, where they believe that people are intelligent and they can make controlled and careful decisions about their own body, I realized that that for me is the model of medicine that I can work best with. I am very happy to say that that is the model that modern medicine is much more comfortable with now, but that was not always the case. And since my oldest child is 27, that is, almost 3 decades ago. The pregnancy losses taught me that there is sometimes no answer. And science is wonderful. Science is a powerful tool. I totally believe in science. Well, that sounds kind of contradictory anyway. But it doesn't mean it has everything. It doesn't have everything yet, maybe is the way to think about it. And then finally, my EHE diagnosis. I realized that it's funny, when I was a teacher librarian and a teacher, I really triumphed the cause of equity and diversity in the classroom. I wanted female writers. I wanted LGBTQ authors in my library. I wanted everybody to feel seen and feel heard. When you have an ultra-rare disease, sarcoma, it's almost the same lesson. There's the same ideas of social injustice and the same feeling of not being seen and not being heard in the grand institution of medicine and in pharmaceuticals. And there is a lot of work to be done there that is not just science-based, but it is social justice-based. So how, with this many things against you, do you try to make it better for yourself and for others? These are the tools I use, plus the fact I'm a total type A control freak. So And I wanted to share because these won't work for everybody, but I think everybody can take parts of it. For me, the diagnosis of EHE, which is chronic and incurable and completely open-ended, that kind of, where that sits in your psyche is a very difficult and dark place. And for me, my way to move past that was by trying to take some semblance of control. And that's what an empowered patient is. So, patient portal, vocabulary, social media, Google, I hate to say research, and ask questions. Those are the things that you should do if you want to be an engaged and empowered patient. So, oh, I think this is supposed to go, oh, look at that, patient portal. We've already covered this, and in fact, there was some lovely segues in with the radiological, Dr. Wang, right? Yeah. Okay, so sign up if you can. Helps keeps your appointments and tests organized. I have a friend who is no longer here, and she had misgivings about the patient portal. She wasn't always sure because the news wasn't always good. And so she and her husband developed this ritual where she would get the email that said, new test results over in her patient portal. And she would wait till he got home from work. They would have dinner. They would pour 2 generous glasses of red wine, and they'd sit down and they'd open the portal results together. And that was their coping strategy, and it was a nice bonding time. The results were not always good, but it means that you can do it in the environment, time, and space when you are ready to absorb the information. And I think that choice alone is very empowering because you are setting the stage, not the receptionist, not a doctor, and not, shall we say, the institutional decor that all hospitals sport. There's no surprises in appointments. You know what you're walking into, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. I love it because you can cross-reference terms and you can prepare specific questions for an appointment. Now, Dr. Wang was much more sophisticated than me when we were talking about vocabulary. He's like, use AI. Damn, didn't think of that. Because I'm not a big fan of AI, and I'm no longer in teaching now, so I'm no longer having to fight students about AI. I'm actually also going to say, I like my answer, not because it's just more old school, but because when you own your learning, the learning is yours. And so learn your vocabulary. Doctors went to school for 7 to 14 years to learn how to talk and to use these fancy words. Except for them, they're not fancy. That's literally their vocabulary. As a kid, I was always told off for speaking with too many long words. And you know what? You can take those words too. You can learn them, you can figure out what they mean, and it's an important skill because it keeps you engaged, it broadens your mind and your horizon. It allows for clearer communication with your medical team because you are using the same vocabulary, and it makes you a more credible healthcare partner. Because you're not like, you know that thingy here that's under there? Yeah, no, that's not the way to communicate. And I think it seems so silly, but when we are all speaking the same language, using the same words, we can communicate more effectively. And that clear communication is simply better for all of us. Social media. So like so many other things out there, there's good and ill. And I mean, I don't need to tell you there's good and ill. There's algorithms there. My oldest son is always, you've got an echo chamber. Yeah, okay, fine. I like the people in my echo chamber. Okay. So on Facebook, I have had tremendous success looking for my sarcoma on Facebook. We are so rare. There's only 40 of us in Canada, and even some of those 40 are no longer with us. Internationally, there's a group with 3,000 people. It is really empowering to be able to talk to people who are just like you, who get where you're coming from, who understand your questions, your concerns, your anxieties, and that dark place of incurable and chronic, no standard protocol. Yeah, good luck. And that's where we are. So sometimes social media can be the source of incredible comfort. Don't underestimate that. And then when you're doing your internet searches, it's really important to try different phrasings, note how different results happen. So again, Google can be a powerful tool, but you need to be conscious when you use it. And when you are picking anything up off a computer, always use a critical lens. Always, always, always. So when you're looking at research, Google or otherwise, a really good place to find is if you can find access to paid databases, medical subscription databases, that is going to be your best place. These are paid for by various institutions, maybe the public library, perhaps a university. This is where quality research is found. It's also where paywalls are found, so you need to have a way in through there. You may or may not be able to use a sibling, brothers, friends. If they're a university student, maybe use their, ID, but I'm not suggesting that. Large hospitals, educational institutions often have their own websites. Anything that's a .com is obviously suspicious because that's literally commerce. But if you've got a CA, a UK, an ORG, any of those things, they are more likely to be credible. Government websites, obviously anywhere in the English-speaking first world, you can find a whole range of stuff. There's great stuff from Johns Hopkins, from Mayo. All of the big institutions in the US currently still have websites up. Don't know how long that's going to last, but they're there right now. CanSarc, Princess Margaret, UHN. Facebook and YouTube are not research, right? You cannot come to a doctor and say, I saw this on Facebook. No, don't do that, please. But, and this is where everything has a qualifier. YouTube is fantastic for procedural information. That's where I've learned to knit, really, is off YouTube. But you know what else it has? It has those ablation machines that Dr. Wang talked about. A lot of the companies that are developing that kind of medical equipment are doing information videos on YouTube. You can look and see who is hosting this machine? What does it do? How does it do it? And so procedural information specifically, even some forms of surgeries, fluid drainage, all of that stuff, you actually can find on YouTube. And generally, the quality of that information is very high. So if you are looking YouTube, not for research, but procedural information, it's a really, really valuable tool. If you're getting an answer where something's too simple, it's all about sugar, kale, ivermectin? No, it's not. If it's simple, it's not accurate. And the general rule I would say to kids is if you can cross-reference it and 3 specifically different sites will tell you the same thing, then yes. But if it's not happening that way, no. Oops, sorry. Ask questions. There is nobody more interested in your health, in your life, than you. Doctors are interested. It's their job. You're interested. It's your ability to breathe. So if you are not sure, ask. If you have the most to gain from having an empowered working relationship with these people who are doing their best to keep you alive. So you need to ask, and you need to take that responsibility. And sometimes it's hard. And sometimes it means asking questions that you really don't want the answers to. But it is part of being an empowered patient, and that clear communication and being able to take charge of your own journey. You can always ask from your doctor that they present your case or move your case to a cancer tumor board to see if they have a more multidisciplinary approach that had not yet been considered. You are within your rights to ask for that, but do it nicely. So, Monday night at about 3:30, at 3 o'clock in the morning, isn't 3 o'clock in the morning like the worst time? So it's always when my brain starts to go, oh, you left 74 tabs open. And what are we going to do with all 74 tabs right now? And so I was about to cancel this talk and decided that I couldn't get to Toronto and I was canceling this and I'm having all kinds of imposter syndrome. And then the teacher librarian head or Angel or somebody sitting on my shoulder said, well, what have you looked up? Have you looked up the research? It's not just your opinion. Maybe it's not just your opinion. So I'm like, oh, well, that's a good insight, little head thing at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I put in, and you see I put the question there to show you and model the thing that I said to you. My search engine was, do patients who are involved in their own healthcare have better outcomes? The answer is overwhelmingly yes. There has been over 20 years of research in every major country, more about men and prostates than I might have liked at the time, but it's there. It's from Denmark, it's from Australia, it's from the UK, it's from Canada. It is international and it is unequivocal. Yes, patient who is empowered, who looks for their own outcome has a better outcome. If you stand up for yourself and you really are a thinking member of your own healthcare team, your outcomes will be better. And that's the end of that.
I'm left speechless, to be honest. Fiona, you are drier than the Sahara Desert, but in terms of your humor only. And I thank you so much. Questions and comments for Fiona. She deserves them. Yep, come and get anyone. Maybe if you can say that in the mic for the people online as well. Sorry.
Just a general thank you for being so honest and putting out there what most of us are feeling in here. So thank you.
So I wanted to also thank Diana and Fiona for actually helping to organize the symposium and for really contributing to thinking about who should be speaking today. Oh, we have another question. Yes.
Not really a question, but what an encouragement and what a journey you went through. Really, really give me encouragement being a patient of Dr. Gupta. Thank you so much.
So we should just announce, oh, is there another comment? Oh, great. Yes, thank you.
I have one more question. Again, thank you for sharing your story, Fiona. And I also agree from the healthcare provider point of view that when I see patients who know what their meds are, they carry lists of what they are, compared to the patients who are like, I take pills. You have a list of them. I find that ones who know what they're taking are involved, they seem to do so much better. I don't have stats on it, but I can just kind of tell that they're the ones who are actively, following up on things properly. They're the ones who are motivated. And I just wanted to ask if you could share any examples that you can remember where something you initiated or something you brought up made a difference in your appointment or outcomes.
There's a bit of conflict of interest here since I am your doctor, so maybe I should step out.
Abba is wonderful. No, I adore her. And do you remember that email I wrote you after our first meeting? That's good. We'll keep it that way. So Abba listens. And so I can't say because I'll very early in the process, I brought the notion of sirolimus, the mTOR inhibitor, to ABBA, and we got it to work, except I got pneumonia because I work in a public school, and anyway, that was a whole different fun thing. I find my team is incredibly responsive. I don't know if it's that I'm lucky and I just got the absolute right combination, or if it's that I literally come in with these questions and these reports and I forward stuff. And remember that the most annoying patient we have with questions and comments didn't fit on a business card. Yeah, that was me. That's me. No, I can't give you a single specific incident, but I can tell you that I feel valued and I feel heard. And beyond any medicine or pharmacy or drug, when you feel valued and heard and seen as a human being, that is the only place you can really start from, because you can move forward from there. But if you are not valued, heard, and seen, there's no going anywhere. That's my personal opinion.
Fiona's very humble. I will give an example of where her advocacy has made a difference. So she's an incredible fundraiser. Sorry, some of your stories are basically making me cry through. One of the things that Fiona has done with the foundation, she's on our board of directors, and she brought forward a research project, which basically without her would not have happened, and resulted in the foundation making $1 million gift to Princess Margaret Hospital, which we would not have been able to raise without your advocacy. So that's a pretty significant contribution. And I know
it wasn't my $1 million.
Well, but through Fiona's advocacy on social media and connecting with the Canadian EHE community, we were able to find, and really Fiona was able to find, a foundational donor for the project, so that the foundation, the Sarcoma Cancer Foundation of Canada, sarcomacancer.ca, if any of you would like more information, that we could match his donations and work with other donors across the country to do that really incredible research. And it's ABBA's co-leading the project, and CanSarc is involved in it as well. And without Fiona, it would not have happened. So empowered patients make all the difference, and we see it every day.
I guess maybe just a general comment in the spirit of patient engagement and empowerment. I just want to thank the organizers of the conference and the supporters of the community for giving patients and caregivers and their family members the space and the opportunity to learn and connect with the community, especially for sarcoma, which is an ultra rare disease. The community is really very important. So thank you for that.
So thank you for that comment. And I was going to echo the same thing, actually, which is that you have already advocated for yourself by making the effort to be here today. Everybody drove, took various forms of public transit. Many of you have actually flown from out of city, out of province. And so congratulations to all of you for participating today. And so with this, we have 4 winners of bingo. So you can come and collect your small little tokens up at the table here. But otherwise, thank you again, and congratulations to all of you. We welcome any comments, feedback on the form. Again, if you could use the QR code and fill out any comments, that would be really helpful to make this better for next year. Thank you so much, everyone. Take care. And sorry, just one final thing. There's still some coffee and snacks in the room across the hall. We have this room for another hour, so please feel free to mingle or as you wish. It's actually, maybe the sun has come out a little bit today as well. So thank you again.